to firearms that influence the Powder River country. I'm Carrie Ettinger. I'm the Historic Program Manager for the Sheridan Community Land Trust, and we are one of the 4 partners to put on this program today. Today's program explores history along the Bozeman Trail, early cattle drives, western settlement, and how early firearms and Indian weaponry, it's a tricky word, kind of influenced those historical moments. I wanted to remind everybody that today admission is free at the fort, thanks to the Sheridan County Sportsmen Association. So in between programs, if you have time to visit the fort grounds and also look at the interpretive sites, please do. Admission is free. The program has been a year in the making, and the partnerships are the Fort Phil Kearny Historical Site, Fort Phil Kearny Bozeman Trail Association, the Sheridan Community Land Trust, and the Sheridan County Sportsmen Association. We will be video recording all the presentations today, and that is thanks to the Wyoming Humanities Council. And I wanted to introduce this morning's presenters. Bob Wilson, he is the retired superintendent of the Fort Phil Kearny State Historical Site. He is the leader of the Fort Kearny Regulars and the co-editor of Lookout Newsletter. Donovin Sprague, he is the Sheridan College History and Political Science faculty, an enrolled member of the Minnicoujou Lakota, and he is also on the advisory board of the Fort Phil Kearny Bozeman Trail Association. It's hard to get away from long titles with history. That's my notes. They both have many accomplishments, and also we are so happy to have all their historical knowledge here today. And I can go on about all those accomplishments, but I want you guys to start the program. And thank you for doing this. Yes, let's give a little applause.
Anyway, I'm Bob Wilson, and I'm going to cover basically the military weapons, that kind of thing along the Powder River. I'm just going to kind of go through it, following the history. Donovan will come back after me, and he'll go into a lot of detail on the Native American equipment and weapons and that kind of thing. So I've got the mannequins set up around the room here. So begin with this Crow Indian here at the end, and at that time this would be around the 1850s. And at the fort here, they know that about 10% of the natives that were fighting against the soldiers had weapons. And that was it. Most of their weapons were pretty poor quality, actually. They did have trade guns, which is the long gun leading up against the wall, but they cut them down, so they're more like that little short one. In the West, the natives would England and America later, and France, all made trade guns for the Native Americans to trade furs, thank you. Hides, furs and that kind of thing. Not only did they trade beads, but they traded guns. At the fort here, the natives could come into the fort and buy arrowheads and axe heads, a lot of metal things. They could even buy weapons. But at the time, most of them were carrying these trade guns. We found one at this fort and one down at Fort Reno, and there was a third one somewhere in between. But they were single shot flintlock and running around somewhere between anywhere from 50 caliber to 69 caliber. By that, 50 caliber is a ½ inch in diameter. So they got pretty big. But in the West, they cut them off because they were using them more on horseback. In the East, where the woods and stuff, they pretty well left the guns the way they received them, which were long barreled, that kind of thing. They were all unrifled, and they were all flintlocks generally. But they cut them off so they could load them real easily on horseback. They would put several round balls in their mouth and have a little can of powder or something. They weren't really specific on the amount of powder they dumped down the barrel, but they would be able to hold the gun kind of under their arm and dump some powder down it, spit a ball down it, tap the end of it or the butt of it on their hip or on their saddle, and then it was loaded. And they weren't looking for accuracy at long range. They would ride right up to their target and shoot it. That's around the time of the fort. But in the 10 years between Fort Phil Kearny and the Little Bighorn, the Native American weapon possession really grew. Here at the Fetterman fight, the bows and arrows were probably a better weapon than the muskets, that I'll talk about in a little bit, because the Indians could, 75 yards was pretty much a reasonable target, and they could have 6 arrows in the air before you got hit by the first one. So the Surgeon General who studied arrow wounds said that anybody that got hit by 1 arrow generally got hit by 2 from the same person. So they're real lethal with their arrows, plus they do it on horseback, galloping under the horse. While the soldier, who by the time of the fort here has a muzzle loader, has to stand there basically loading. It takes about 30 seconds to load his rifle, and with arrows and everything flying by. During the Fetterman fight, when it's really cold out, they did not wear gloves. They couldn't use their weapons or operate their weapons with gloves on. So they were had worse weapons actually at the Fetterman fight than the natives did with bows and arrows, from what I can tell. But I'll kind of jump back. The next figure would have been a mountain man out here on the plains, and he would have started out with a rifled flintlock, slow loading. Probably take about a minute to load one of those. They came in their preferred caliber is like 50 or 54 caliber, and they would carry either a cap and ball pistol, or probably start with a flintlock, but then that's what it's there for. Now they did take several flintlocks and actually converted them over to cap and ball. And they would look, this is an original, just cap and ball, but a lot of them would look a lot like this converted over, you know. And some of them are huge caliber, like 69 caliber, which can't imagine shooting in that, they would tear your arm off. But the black powder is a little bit different than modern powder. It pushes you more, it burns slower, so it doesn't have a kick. But that's the kind of weapons they carried, and they advanced quickly to cap and ball, and they did a lot of the trading with the natives with firearms, that kind of thing. A lot more of the firearm trading happened in the east with the Native Americans. Then once they got out here, it was a little less, so that's why the natives around here didn't quite have as many weapons until the Little Bighorn, or prior, just in the 5 years probably prior to the Little Bighorn, they started really gaining weapons. They were getting them from the reservation and from the military and just buying them from traders, that kind of thing. So at the fort here, they're Civil War soldiers. They're carrying the same weapons as the Civil War. Now, when the cavalry, which is this first sergeant right here, his first weapon, they arrived, were called star carbines. And they were a paper cartridge carbine that had a nipple on it, so you would load your paper cartridge when you close the action. It would cut the back off, and then you put a percussion cap on and fired it. They converted them and made a metal cartridge and fired the same ammunition as Spitzer carbine fired. And that's what they used up until about 2 weeks before the Fetterman fight. They had an engagement on December 6th here, and when they got back to the fort, a lot of the officers were complaining about the star carbines, that they shot too slow, that kind of thing. Well, they knew that the band, there was a regimental band at the fort that had Spitzer carbines, which were the premier carbine of the military. They were never formally issued to the military. They were given to a lot of militia units during the Civil War. And then the band, I don't even understand really why the band would have been carrying them, except that they were a dress unit, and the Spitzer would have been the fanciest weapon around, so they gave them the Spitzers. Well, when they got back on December 6th, Carrington had to give the band the star carbines, and all the cavalry got the Spitzer carbines. They're 7-shot repeaters, and pretty effective weapon. Pretty heavy caliber, 56 caliber. This glass just doesn't work. Anyway, gonna catch one yet.
Just so it ain't loaded.
Anyhow, so the cavalry went into the Fetterman fight with the Spencer carbines. We don't know to this whether they had ever fired them before. They got them on December 6th. We've never found a gun range out here, so we have no idea what experience the cavalry got with the Spencers when they went into the battle. And they had 32 rounds of ammunition with them. That was it. And the Spencers show up. There's a couple of them show up at the Fetterman or the Wagon Box fight. The natives have some at the Wagon Box fight too. We compared our artifacts from the battlefield up here with the artifacts at the Little Bighorn, hoping that some of the Spencer rounds and Henry rounds that we had here might match something up there, but nothing matched. So in 10 years, everything must have changed a lot. So later on, like I said, he's leaning up against the Star carbine, that he has a Spencer hanging on him, and he would have also carried a .45 caliber pistol, Remington, like this. Set these down before we draw them. All the cavalry, every man was issued a Remington pistol at Fort Phil Kearny. The day of the Fetterman fight, they did not take them out. They were locked in the magazine most of the time, except when something was going on, but because Fetterman and the infantry had left a little bit earlier ahead of Grumman and the cavalry, Grumman had to hurry up, and they didn't have time to stop at the magazine, draw their pistols, and load them. So they left the fort with just the Spencer carbines and their sabers, and left these by at the fort. They didn't carry them or leave them in the barracks because they had a lot of card games and stuff going on in the barracks. Soldiers were known to shoot each other on the right occasion, and so they didn't want them to have the pistols available. The infantry came out here with the exact same weapons that most of them carried in the Civil War. However, about 50% of the infantry were new recruits. And so between those two groups, you have soldiers that don't know how to use their muskets or load them properly, and you were trained in 9 steps to load a musket. And if you knew that real well and could do it real well, you could probably fire, starting with a loaded rifle, fire 3 rounds a minute. However, since they weren't trained, we have no idea how slow the infantry were loading their muskets. The other ones, their muskets had gone all the way through 4 years of fighting in the Civil War, the ones they were carrying. So to give you the idea of the condition of their muskets, the morning of the Fetterman fight, 94 infantrymen volunteered to go out with Fetterman. Only 49 of them had serviceable muskets. So half of them, their muskets were worn out, basically. And it's really when you read some of the wagon trains and stuff, nowadays we think everybody's got to be carrying a weapon on a wagon train, with the fear of being attacked and that kind of thing. Most of the drivers on the military wagon trains were not armed. Half of the soldiers marching along with them were not armed. So you have the Crazy Woman fight down here south of Buffalo, and they have like 20 soldiers in there. 10 of them don't have weapons. You have the Shirley fight over east of Sheridan in November '67. They had all been issued weapons that summer. They'd been given the trapdoor weapons. And yet, for some reason, out of the 27 soldiers in the Shirley fight, like 7 or 8 of them aren't armed, don't have weapons. And I have yet to figure out why they were so short of weapons at times. They were always short of ammunition. This place was not, the fort was not given a lot of ammo. When he came out, when Carrington first came out here, he was short of ammunition. They used to shoot the wolves on guard duty. The wolves would prowl the stockade, the guards would shoot them. They had to stop doing that. Carrington had them stop doing that because he couldn't afford the powder or the lead because he's so short of lead and powder. Well, the Indians watched that happen. They were watching the fort constantly. So warriors put wolf capes over their backs, snuck down to the fort in the middle of the winter, killed the guards, shot them off their guard stand. So then he had to go back to shooting the wolves, but he was still short powder and led. After Carrington left and they'd gotten the new breech-loading rifles, which were cartridge weapons, they had the wagon box fight, the hayfield fight, and the post commander here, who's the regimental commander commanding all three forts, writes back saying, if I have 2 more battles like the 2 I just had, I will be out of ammunition. So that was kind of we never found a shooting range, and they were constantly short of ammunition. And it was just kind of the story of this fort and the forts on the trail. So your infantryman, he carries a muzzle loader through up to roughly July of '67. They bring in and issue what were called Allen conversions, where they took the Springfield muzzle loader, added a breech to it, so it's now a breech loader, and they put a tube inside the original barrel to take it down to 50 caliber instead of 58 caliber. And that's what they have at the wagon box fight. But they're much faster shooting. From 3 rounds, they went to about 10 rounds. So real quick. That's what that and the fact that they were in a fixed position behind wagon boxes kept them alive during the wagon box fight, or the 5 or 6 hours of fighting there. NCOs at that time would have also carried pistols. Officers would have carried Navy Colts like this. But they were purchased by the officer. He had to buy his own weapons, his own uniform, everything he had to buy for himself. But the enlisted men were given the .44 Remingtons. So you go about 10 years and you're back out on the plains with Custer's men or the other cavalry. Guys we got here. The first guy right back by the door there, he's infantry, would have been infantry in starting in 1873, they converted uniforms, weapons, saddles, everything. But they had so much leftover equipment from the previous years or from the Civil War that you seldom saw a soldier walking around in regulation 1873 equipment. Most of them were still carrying 4-button blouses instead of 5-button blouses. A lot of them were wearing, the man on the right side here is wearing a 4-inch cap, whereas the man on the left side has got a kepi. Up until 1873, a kepi was only worn by officers, and 4-inch caps were worn by enlisted men. But after '73, they basically back and forth. But they also gave them slouch hats, bigger ones. I can't remember the name of the hat. It looks like a naval admiral's hat. It pins up on both sides. You can see there's several pictures out there with Custer and his officers, a lot of them wearing that type of hat, in the cavalry. But to give you kind of an example of uniforms and equipment, in Custer's men, none of them were dressed the same. Each person looking at the same uniform, same boots. Some guys were wearing brogans, the shoes. Some guys were wearing just regular infantry pants without the padding for a cavalryman. Other guys were wearing 4-button blouses that were used in the Civil War, or they had another blouse that was real pleated. It had something like 10 pockets inside of it. The pockets were all hidden in these pleats. They're amazing. You can't see any of the pockets, but they're all there. Some of them wore that. That was going to be a dress kind of uniform for a while, but they gave up on it pretty quickly. But they all were carrying breech-loading rifles now. And, the infantry at Fort Phil Kearny ended up with 50-70 rifles. The cavalry ended up with 45-55 carbines, which some people call 45-70 carbines. And the infantry had the 45-70 rifles. And they were the same action as the Allen conversion trapdoors, which in reality is a fairly dangerous action. It's one of the more dangerous breech loading methods of loading your rifle. They had a lot better developed ones out there, but that's what the military chose. The military never would issue the Spencer carbine, repeating carbines to all their soldiers. They were really into fire control is what they call it. The officers want to be able to tell every man what to shoot at and when to shoot at. And if they could shoot more than one round, real quickly, like 7 rounds in a Spencer carbine, well, that was uncontrollable. The officers did not want them to have that ability. So the rifles they carry between 73 and probably 90s are single shots, breech loaders. Now, with the Spanish-American War coming on, they actually ended up going to Denmark and getting what were called 30-40 Craigs, and they got the patent on them, and Springfield Company manufactured in the States. And that was the first real modern firearm for the military. It was a breech loading, bolt action, had a magazine for 5 rounds, fired smokeless powder, and that's what they used. And part of the reason I included it was because the Wyoming National Guard used it in the Philippines during the Spanish-American War. But they were used in Cuba and all over, so that's what this last gentleman here is. He's a Spanish-American War infantryman. Then your Indians, up, like I said, by 1876 and stuff, were pretty much fully armed with firearms, but they had anything from a cap and ball or a flintlock right up to Winchester, lever action, fast shooting, good quality rifles. It's part of a little bit of the reason Custer got wiped out. Not the main reason. I mean, there's just too many Indians, but the Indians certainly had a lot better weapons. And by some theories, his battle lines were broken by a bunch of men that were working together with Henry carbines, and they kept the fire up so heavy on Custer's men that their men couldn't fight back, and the Indians were able to break through their battle lines, start cutting them to pieces. So the cavalry also ended up with the 45 caliber revolver. That's what this is, Colts. Most of the weapons are Colt or Springfield. The gun that won the West, along with the lever action Winchester. So those are the main weapons out here. Back here I have all the bullets displayed that they would have carried. Spear points for Native Americans. Then by the time the 40s here, they're going to steel points. Almost all the Indians were using steel. They could go into the fort at the sutler store and for a buffalo hide buy 5 steel points, wrapped in wax paper, and take them home and tie them to the arrow and shoot them back at the soldier the next day. Pretty good weapons. Mountain men, here would be a powder measure for a mountain man, because they dump powder in, and then they would put the ball in the patch. The military at the same time shooting this type of rifles. This would be like a 69 caliber round paper cartridge. You have powder in the back, then you have a round ball and 3 small ones. So it's like called buck and ball. And when they're fighting in battle lines, with 1,000 guys in one square shooting at 1,000 guys in another square, this is what they're shooting. And really, you can't hardly miss with 4 balls flying out of your gun at 100 feet or 150 feet, but they did. The soldiers here at the fort, this is what their ammunition initially looked like, paper cartridges. You have powder in the back, you have the ball up front, you bite the bullet off in your mouth and hold it, you pour the powder down the barrel, and then you put take it up, couldn't be able to see it maybe, a percussion cap. Their pistol ammunition at this time for the military anyhow, and a lot of the Westerners came in a box like this, and they were paper cartridges. You had a little paper bag on the end of your bullet holding your powder, so they're real quick to load. Your military ammo was distributed to soldiers like this, 10 rounds in here. 2 of the rounds would be called Williams clean out, which when you fired them, they were only half a regular minie ball. This is what they were shooting. It's a minie ball, it's hollow in the base. That was the big invention that allowed them to load their rifles much quicker. When the explosion went off and the gun went fired, it pushes the walls of this hollow space out into the rifling and rifles the bullet for you, so it spins when it comes out of the bore, it goes straighter and further. Prior to that, it's when they're shoving the ball down the barrel with the cloth around it, you're rifling the ball in, and it's a much harder process. But then, with the Spencer, this is Spencer round. They were rimfire like modern day 22s, pretty heavy. They came in 4 different calibers, 48, 50, 52, and 56. And the 48 caliber was for civilians. I'm not sure what the difference was or why. And then these are your Henry rifles, the first real repeating carbine that was out here. 2 civilians had them in the Fetterman fight and caused considerable damage. Most of the early Winchesters, surprising to me, are pistol ammunition. That's all they're shooting. They're not shooting like a 30-30 Winchester. That comes a little bit later. But in 73 and 76, when they first come out, they're shooting pistols like 38 caliber, 44, 40, 45 caliber. Some of them even smaller. Your 50-70, this is what a 50-70 looked like. It had an internal primer, which was inside the bullet. Your firing pin went through the base of the bullet and hit that primer. A lot of the reasons we know where the corral at the wagon block fight is today is from our archaeology. These little internal primers, after the round is fired, those become loose in here. And people went up and picked up all the shell casings, but those primers fell out. And that's what we found was the metal detector, so that could tell us where the corral was. Didn't hardly find any shell casings, but we found all the primers. So that's a 50-70, and then this is your 45, 55 or 45-70 for the Indian Wars, the Custer Wars. And then by the time of the Spanish-American, they're down to pretty much what we look as normal rifle ammunition.
I have a question.
Sure.
Whose idea was it to be so stingy with ammo when they're sending the troops into a hostile area?
I don't know. We don't know if he wasn't bait. There is some thought that the forts were put on the Bozeman Trail to lure the Indians away from the railroad construction in the south. Because the railroads got to Cheyenne in 1866 when the forts are built. And the forts are abandoned and closed in 1868 when the railroad's completed. But you'll not see that in writing anywhere, unless you got a tape recorder for the White House, maybe. But that's one of the thoughts about what was going on. But I don't know. They sent him up here almost with the intention of him losing. He was not a combat officer, although he was a brave man. He kind of showed his troops up. When Carrington first got here, he was a commander of the 18th Infantry all the way through the Civil War, but he was primarily a staff officer. He never saw combat. But he put together units for the 18th Infantry and sent them to the field, and ends up that Fetterman is the commander in the field. He's fighting with those soldiers. And so when they both end up out here together, Fetterman's looking down his nose pretty hard at Carrington, saying, well, you're a coward, you don't have any, guts. Because Carrington did not want to go take the offensive against the natives. But he was under orders to protect travelers on the Bozeman Trail, not to attack the Indians. And so that's what he was trying to do. And when the Fetterman fight happened and all those men were killed out there, was the first day, the day of the fight, when the relief party went out, they did bring back about half the bodies, but the other half were still out there. So the next day, Carrington asked for volunteers to go out and pick up the rest of the bodies. And all these big, brave soldiers who were backing Fetterman and all gung-ho and go fight the Indians said, let the wolves have them. We don't want to go back out. The same thing that happened to us. And yet Carrington went out there and got the men back. So I thought that spoke volumes about him. But why they sent him out here so poorly armed, poorly equipped, I have no idea why. About the only thing that doesn't make sense in a way is that railroad story.
Good.
Anything else?
So since Fort Phil Kearny lost almost 80 men right there, a bunch, then they needed more soldiers. So the soldiers that came up to replace them then had the Allen conversion, am I correct?
No, they did not.
They did not.
They got him the following summer.
They got it the following summer.
And it took them 2 to 3 months to get here.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, Portuguese Phillips got there like, well, he got to Laramie on Christmas Day.
Mhm.
But it wasn't until February that they left and started up here. And then they brought almost all of the military's horses up here and died. During the December 6th fight, they have roughly 100 horses that go out in 2 different columns to try to ambush the Indians, so to speak. Well, on December 21st, 2 weeks later, they could only mount 27 horses. That's how poor their horses, because the horses were all eastern horses and needed grain, and Carrington didn't have the grain, and he couldn't get it here. By the time you have a mule full of wagon full of grain, he's eating all that grain by the time he gets here. You know, so it's diminishing returns. So, but they finally did come up in the following summer and supply them.
They did lose a lot of horses the same day or at the time that French Pete was killed. The troops that found French Pete were trailing some Indians that had stolen quite a herd of horses.
Yeah.
So they lost a batch right.
They
at
lost
that
they lost a lot of their livestock from the Indians were raiding them every chance they get.
Mhm.
But there was a column up here in 65 called the Cole Walker column that went up around the Black Hills, and they were up on the Powder River in September. They lost 415 horses in one night on the picket line. She died. They dropped dead from cold, I guess. They don't know what. The horses were so weak, in such a weakened state, that they couldn't ride them anymore. And the ones they had left, they turned around and headed south. They had nobody with them that knew anything about the country. They had no scouts, no maps, no nothing. And they just headed south down the Powder River. And luckily, a guy from another military column came across them, and he was able to lead them on to Fort Connor.
Did they ever trade for like the natives' ponies that were hardy?
Yeah, much better for it.
Yeah. Never.
Not that I know. The Indians wanted their horses too. They're big old thoroughbreds, big horses. But, it would have taken a while, and the thoroughbreds came around, don't have that problem now out here. But at the time, everything the Indians had was something heathen had, they looked down their nose pretty hard at them. They didn't want to learn anything of all the things they could have learned. They just had their nose in the air about it.
Speaking of the horses and the size of the horses and everything, am I correct in that the military had a restriction on how big the cavalry soldier could be?
150
because they didn't
pounds.
want huge guys weighing down their horses?
Yeah, John Wayne would not have been a cowboy.
Yeah, even though some movies would say otherwise.
Yeah, but 150 pounds is supposed to be the top weight for a cowboy. Did you?
Yeah. So, if I remember correctly in some histories I've read, some of their scouts were armed with lever action, but did they ever actually put widespread lever action rifles in the military?
No.
Sheesh.
They were single shots, like I said, basically up until the 1890s, and then they went to bolt actions. Part of the reason of the lever action was what I mentioned about fire control. They couldn't control the fire. The other thing is lever action has a real complicated action, and they couldn't repair it in the field.
Right.
Whereas most of the muzzleloaders and stuff, they could repair it in the field. So, and even the breech loaders were pretty easy to repair, so they stayed away from it. Yes,
Men were cheaper than equipment.
probably, in a way, yeah.
I think one of the interesting things too is the newer weaponry will get issued to the band. Just as the way the logistics was so buggered up back then, and that's part of sometimes wrong ammunition would go to the wrong post that didn't have those weapons. So a lot of times I don't think it was purposely. I think it's just a lot of incompetence on the log side.
On the
But
logistics.
the bands it seemed to get the newest weapons, and a lot of times the smart commanders would redistribute those.
Well, that's what they ended up
It
doing
may be
here.
because the band members knew how to fix their instruments, so maybe they knew how to fix.
That could be, I hadn't thought of that part of it. The band, remember the band actually made the flagpole here. It was 120 feet tall. It was carved, it started out with 8 sides, and then went to 6 sides, and then 4 sides, and then another pole, like a ship mast, was attached to it. And that did the reverse thing. And it was all painted black. It's pretty neatly designed flagpole. We're right now hoping to raise enough funds to maybe replace it. Yeah, I think it was probably the tallest structure in Wyoming, probably up until 1960, it was 120 feet tall. So,
You might mention about the galvanized Yankees a little bit too. That's an interesting part.
well, down at Reno, well, all the forts out here right at the end of well, during the Civil War, actually, a lot of the forts in the West were garrisoned by Confederate prisoners of war, which they called galvanized Yankees. There were 2 battles fought down at Fort Casper or Flatbush Station. They were galvanized Yankees. Fort Reno, when he arrived there, Carrington, to relieve it, was named Fort Connor at the time. He renamed it Reno, and he left a company of his regiment there to take over. The soldiers there were galvanized Yankees. The war had been over for a year, but they were still basically held at that fort until they were relieved. But they, if they'd been in a prison back east, they'd been released. But they were giving soldiers, especially in the Western theater of the Civil War, the option of going to a prisoner of war camp, which in a way was kind of like a death sentence because of all the disease and starvation and stuff. They gave them a choice of going to the prisoner of war camp or going west and fighting Indians, where they would not fight other Confederate soldiers. And a lot of them took up on it. The artillery we had at this fort, when Carrington came north, he goes to Fort Connor/Reno, they had 4 pieces of artillery. Carrington didn't know how to use it. All he had was infantrymen. But there was a colonel for the Confederate Army, an artillery officer. And he volunteered to come north with Carrington. He'd come up here and he would trade some of Carrington's infantrymen into being artillerymen. And that's how he ended up having artillery. And his artillery, the first casualty of the Fetterman fight was from the cannon, or that day, shooting at some Indians down here in the trees. There's a story of him shooting at Indians up on Solid Hill where the silhouettes are, and they were up there having a party one night. And Mrs. Carrington couldn't get to sleep, so Henry went out and set a round off that exploded over the top of him and broke up the party. And we went up and found remnants of that kind of round explosion.
Would those Indians have experienced artillery prior to that?
A little, maybe during the Sioux War in Minnesota in '62. They had a lot of artillery, a lot of mountain howitzers during that. But other than that, probably not.
Yeah, Shirley must have been very lucky to have somebody that knew how to shoot his little 6-pounder in his battle, because they were able to explode a shell over the Indians that were going to charge them.
The Indians were calling the gun that shoots twice.
Mhm.
They did not understand how it worked. It was almost, magical to them. So they were scared of it. If the gun showed up, they generally got out of there. And there is the Shirley fight, which happens east of Sheridan. There's some thought that they were trying to capture the mountain house. I don't know if that's true. They did have a kind of a renegade, he's one of the sons of the fort down in Colorado.
Right.
Can't remember, but anyway, he was a white guy that was riding with the Indians, and they thought that they were trying to capture that gun, and if they had, they would pretty well make this fort pretty hard to defend, because they had at the start of the battle, the wagon with all the ammunition and everything ran away from the wagon train and ran right into the Indians. So they got a wagon load of artillery ammunition right at the beginning of the battle, but they never could capture the gun.
Glenn Sweet, we did some research on that.
Yeah.
Speculated that the Indians were trying to capture that cannon so they could turn it on the fort.
Yeah, yeah. Because they cut it, they cut it off. The cannon was right at the end of the wagon train, and there were only a couple more wagons. Wagon train was split up because of a real long hill that they had to lower the wagons down. And they attacked when almost everybody was down here except for the cannon and a couple wagons. So yeah, there was a theory that that's what they were trying to do.
It was that an 8-pounder or a 6-pounder you shot off at the wagon box fight demonstration?
No, that's 12-pounder.
12-pounder.
12-pounder, yeah.
That was-
All the guns
that was
were
really
12-pounders.
That was a contemporary round, too, wasn't it?
Yeah, yeah, that was what they would have used
Yeah,
as natives.
that was really impressive.
It was a shell, howitzer fire exploding ammunition in those days. And so you had the shell, which was a hollow round with powder in it. Then you had case, which was a hollow round with several lead balls in it and a powder charge. And then you had a canister, which was like a big shotgun.
How far do you suppose that was when the round exploded?
Well,
Did you figure?
the range for a shell is 1,020 yards.
Yeah, that was a pretty long time.
At 5 seconds, yeah, that's what the fuse said.
When you were demoing the paper cartridges, in the smoothbore, is it correct to say that there was no patch in smoothbore, but when they became rifled, then they patched the ball?
No.
They patched every one?
They patched the rifles to begin with. Even when they were flintlocks, if they were rifled, they would patch them. The smoothbores didn't need patch.
So
The only
powder
reason
ball.
they just dropped the powder down and the ball on top of it. They would sometimes take the paper or the patch that the rounds were in and put it in last to kind of hold everything down in there. Yeah, and then like the mini ball, it didn't have a patch either. It was just round balls that had patches, and rifle guns usually. If it was a smoothbore gun, they just dropped everything down the barrel, just rifle it.
And so what, were they precision made enough to if you tipped them out, they didn't roll out? You still had to.
I don't know. I'm not real sure about that. I do know they stuck paper in there in the Navy would shoot rocks out of their rifles. If it fit on the board, we would shoot out.
I've been to a number of interpretive discussions like this as well at places like Gettysburg, where they were shooting round balls out of smoothbore muskets. As they used that paper cartridge, tear it open, dump in the powder. The other end, they would keep the paper on the ball before going down in. That's what I've been told before.
Well, that still help hold it in too.
Exactly,
Yeah.
and help create a little bit of a gas seal. I mean, they weren't that accurate with a 62 caliber smoothbore, but
I can hit that sign at 150 yards with that smoothbore.
That's pretty good.
Well, I don't know. It was pretty common, but that was the bucket ball, so I'm not really sure whether the ball was hit or one of the butts. But something was hit. Maybe a rock flying up from the ground. Yes.
So, yeah, I know from that with a lot of the muskets, the parts were all kind of fairly loosely fit together to compensate for like the smoke residue that often build up from firing the gun repeatedly. So that also had a lot to do with the fact that there wasn't a whole lot of stability in the firing mechanism.
Yeah, and On the smooth bore, it's actually more residue built up in a way to probably be more accurate. The gun got a tighter fit. But it's also the reason they had the Allen clean-out rounds for our rifle muskets, because it was like a half a ball and a little tin plate, and that plate would unfold and scrape the residue out of the gun. And we used to think there were maybe 2 or 3 per 10 rounds, but we found a lot higher ratio of those on the battlefield than we did regular mini balls, so we're not real sure what the ratio was. What time is it?
We got 10.
You're up. Any more questions? Thank you. You bet.
My name is Donovin Sprague, and I'm a Minnicoujou from the Lakota, Cheyenne River Sioux tribe in South Dakota. My Lakota name is Minnicoujou Lakota, which translates to high backbone, and that's where the name of the humps came from. The father and son, known as Chief Hump and Crazy Horse. So those are my family. So people can research about guns and weaponry and bullets and soldiers and get their records and diaries of where they fought and what they were doing out here. But this was our home right here. And the 2 humps were instrumental. The first hump, the father of Hump, was a leader of the Fetterman fight on December 21st, 1866, and he also was a strategist leader at the August 1st wagon box fight the next fall, 1867, just over here about 5 miles to the west. So there was a lot of planning done for the August 1st and 2nd battles, which were at Fort C.F. Smith and the next back-to-back days here at Fort Phil Kearny. And that planning was done up on the Rosebud and up towards the Little Bighorn country, south of where the Battle of Little Bighorn was planned. That planning was orchestrated. And so our family went up and down through the Bozeman Trail and patrolled a lot of that area. And so the things today, well, then the name Hump evolved from General Miles. So the son of Hump later became a scout under Miles. He surrendered at the Tongue River Cantonment, which is over at Miles City today. And so it was through him that Miles asked them, well, what does Minnicoujou Lakota mean? And they said, well, a high backbone. They said, that's the hump on the buffalo, where he gets his strength and power and energy and delicacy, meat also. So that's where my name comes from. It's not one that you just hand down by Chasque, firstborn or something. I had to earn that over several years. And I earned that. I'm the only one with that name from the family, and the tribe refers people to me. I hold all the family records on the humps and a lot of the Crazy Horse. And we're from the real family of Crazy Horse. So a lot of people don't like to say, well, there's a relative or whatever of Crazy Horse speaking. They always, say I'm the great-great-grandson of Hump, but they don't tie my relationship to Crazy Horse, because after Crazy Horse was killed, his widow remarried another man, took the name Crazy Horse. They're still using that name, and people today still claim, in the Indian way, relationship to him, and there's no blood at all. But I'm from the blood. The first Hump was the uncle of Crazy Horse, and he raised him and taught him bow making. And so the weaponry I want to talk about today is, I thought it'd be a pretty interesting book if somebody wrote a book, a native back then, about all the weaponry and what kind of bullets will work in this gun and which ones won't, and which ones are gonna maybe blow up in your face and stuff like that, because they tried all of that altercation. And the main thing they did was cut the barrels down. But see, I'm gonna go back to the bow making part with Hump. And so imagine in the early days, centuries ago, having they developed what was called well, first just a spear. So you run down like a mastodon or something, a big buffalo, with a team, a group of people. So that's where the buffalo jumps were important, to maneuver that. And there was a picture somebody did of horses that are running over a buffalo jump. That's not real common, because you can chase a buffalo down on horseback, but when you got a team of people on foot, we didn't always have the horse. So the horse is just like right in there with the weaponry. They were so adept at horseback riding. I was just at the Indian horse relays. You know, if you've ever seen some of that, you know some of the horsemanship, and the soldiers all noted that they were the best horsemen they had ever encountered. And they used like short bows in that. But first of all, just getting an animal down, you know, of a huge size for, okay, it's now going on noon, so it's time we eat. Oh, there's the mastodon over there. Looking very challenging. So then the atlatl came next. The atlatl was a device that could, you could hold that and throw that, and that would project a spear point light. And so that greatly helped, and you didn't have to just be right there on the animal like stabbing it, so that gave some distance. And then this is a lot of years all in between here, but then the bow and arrow revolutionized things, you know. And then for the horse arrived for us about the 1740s. So that was a very important thing. You know, we had a prehistoric horse and all that, but the horse as we know it came up from the south in 1680s down in the southern United States, but then coming up here to this part, fanning out around the 1740s. And that was also the recollection of the first non-Indians, of the French, also coincided with that. And we had a name for the horse. It was Shunka Wakan, and the Shunka is the dog, and the Wakan is part of the Great Spirit name. Wakan Tonka is God, is the Great Spirit. So they used the dog for travoy and, you know, carrying everything around, transportation. You're walking, you know, from Buffalo yesterday, and finally you walk up the Story, you know, and so then the horse then, the Shuka Wakan is God dog, so that's how they looked at that. You know, it was the biggest dog they'd ever seen. And they became so adept on that, like I heard Bob saying a little bit about how they could maneuver, you know, and there's reports of people like Crazy Horse even upside down on the horse, clear underneath. He's dangling along, and all there was sinew strap. Men didn't use saddles at all. The women had a form of a saddle with two like deer horns or elk horns on each side, and then some rawhide attached across. But the man, you know, they could dangle off the side and then go in a circle on a small, fast pony, and then they put their arm across the neck of the horse and then peek underneath, and then reach back and release arrows underneath like that. So you were shielded by the horse's head. And it was something the soldiers had never seen. You know, they were probably so dizzy and confused and disoriented. And that was the whole thing of the way warfare was. So I brought a few things in. This one here has never been out. So these are some from my area here. These are, and I know there's some things around here too, but these were from our camp area, and these are spear points and knife knife in there as well. And this had it was kind of, at least when it was framed on the back, it had an old newspaper in there from 1889 in Nebraska. And it's down by Fort Robinson area is where these come from. So I have a little bit of show and tell items here. And then this one here, these are some points here as well, arrowheads from our reservation in the Black Hills. And the middle is awl, a buffalo bone awl. And of course you can date bone. So this was dendrochronology, the dating. This is 1,100 years old. It's on the Belfouche River. And this would have been really close to the Wyoming line, east of the town of Belfouche. And then, of course, the Belfouche comes clear over, towards Buffalo and out that way as well. But some real fine flint knapping going on there. So there was a real evolving of, these people who were very adept at making flint knapping and bows and all that. And then with the trade item with the rifles and that, it kind of evolved to, some of them the kids didn't really know the bow making. It wasn't being handed down. So already by the time of, after Little Bighorn and Wounded Knee time period, those were kind of almost getting to be lost arts among the people because they were surrendered on the reservation and agencies, and they just didn't do that anymore. Let's see, some other things I brought here. These are a hunting bow like here. So big long bows, and the secret of the humps was they traded down on towards the Republican River area of Osage orange. So that's the wood that was used, and you didn't have to sinew back them. Bows would be sinew back from the animal itself. It looks like this. This is just decorative here. This looks like sinew. It is sinew. And they would melt that on there to strengthen it. So the Osage orange were so strong they didn't have to be backed. And so another thing, they were always true and ready to go. So don't anybody take a picture of me doing this, because you're not supposed to do this. It's not in the bow making book. But with an Osage orange, I don't need to worry about something happening to it. So anyway, that's a hunting type bow there. And so another bow that I brought out, this is contemporary one I made here, and so I go to Oklahoma quite a bit, and I get my bows and wood down there. Here's another one. This one, actually, first time I ever won a prize in Rapid City at the big pop festival this summer. I won an award at the Bell Fine Arts Museum for this, so this is an award. I can say it's an award-winning bow. So this is Osage orange again, and then decorated with some sinew backing here. So I just brought that along. And so when you're scraping these, they also used, sometimes we've found these like the elk horn. Anybody know what a draw knife is? So they used like a draw knife made from antlers. And so you'll find those sometimes out on the prairie. People didn't know what they were. They were altered. And this was all deteriorated, but they would have sinew wrapped on that, and then a flint blade. And you pull this across to shave this. You pull that, that's your draw knife. You're making that. And then you count your rings here, and you shave each one down like that through here. And so you don't want a bow when it's cloudy and damp and cold to misfire, or not fire at all, give and take, dampness, coldness. But the Osage orange were always ready to go. So when that elk is there, you know, majestic elk, you know, and you need that elk to take it at that time, or if that enemy tribal guy is right there in your face, it's embarrassing if your bow's not working. So you want a good working bow. The other things, I always throw in some surprises, and I did say I had a surprise for this. This here, nobody can take a picture of this or this. So I brought these along here, and I guess they don't look unlike what's around the museum here, but I'm the caretaker of these here. And these are from, all I can say about it is that these are from a very famous battle. And these are from other battles as well. These are from the family. I'm going to put some glue on that, because that's the way it's been quite a while, and just kind of, you know, fix that part up. And I actually have some that were flint, which is rare. Like flint ones from Battle of Little Bighorn even are super rare. There's not very many existent. So I have this one here. And then also in my books, I'm an author of 10 books. So some of a lot of my books then have pictures of historic photos. It's one of my books from the 1860s. Photography started for us. So these are full of weaponry and, you know, pieces and what was made. And one of the pictures from my book is this picture here. I got two pictures here. This one you might see around this area. But this is my great-great-grandfather Hump right here with two of his 5 wives. These are Cheyenne sisters. This is 1879, 3 years after the Battle of the Little Bighorn. If you go up there to Little Bighorn Museum, look in the back where all the soldiers are on one side and the warriors who fought there are on the other side, and you'll see Hump right in the middle of them. But they cropped the ladies out, so they were surprised to see this picture because they didn't know there was the complete picture, but it's cropped out like that. And I'll save questions for when I'm done here. And this skull cracker here was used in the Battle of the Little Bighorn. And I don't say too much about this stuff, but this skull cracker was buried with him. So we don't talk a lot about that stuff. We have graves that are secret and known only to family, but his grave has a marker. And so these are Cheyenne. Minnicoujou Lakota, no picture of the first Hump. It's in the winter count, drawings, calendars, his exploits. These are Cheyennes. There's my relative right up there, Morning Star, Dull Knife, the Cheyenne. That's where they're from. So they were very affected, like by Sand Creek, what happened there. And they followed that up with warfare at Julesburg, Colorado, cutting telegraph wires and on into the Platte Bridge at Casper, and did all that fighting. And then the next step was up to Crazy Woman Creek. They did all that. They came to Fetterman fight. Then, and this is chronological order, a wagon box fight. And then they were also at the Battle of the Rosebud, and he was at the Battle of the Little Bighorn. And they have his father, Hump, fighting at the Battle of the Little Bighorn, but he was not there. It was in all the winter counts. He died in 1870. So, but the historians don't pick that up. So, it was his son who was 26 years old at that battle. So this is one that hasn't been shown in it with a Winchester here. So he had a yellow boy. Winchester come out 1866. And this is kind of a rare picture here of the son of Hump again. no picture of Crazy Horse, the famous Crazy Horse. There's no picture of the first hump. The first hump was 6'5", 300 pounds, physically fit, fought not only as a hitman, directing his warriors into position on the hills here, but also going right down into battle himself. And he did that at battles. They all noted that the heat of the moment in battle, overcame him, and he went down in there. But now his exploits and weaponry are recorded in General Miles's autobiography. So since he was with Miles became a friend of him after he surrendered, and later he got a pension from Miles. He kept going to Washington, and Hump, they joked at him. They said, well, he's expecting a pension. He's from the other side, war. He can forget about that. But he got that pension. And Miles was instrumental in getting that. But in things like, he'll talk about their weaponry and stuff like that. Another thing, when they went to Washington later after the wars were over, everything changed, so you don't see the weaponry, you see the peace pipe, they called it, the pipe, and things like that. So Miles did talk about their physical ability fighting, and he did talk about, we made amends with this, but Hump found the Nez purse when nobody could find the Nez purse, and Chief Joseph, when he's on that loose, that story. And Crazy Horse turned that down at Fort Robinson. He would be killed shortly after he put in the guardhouse. But Hump did go with Miles up there into the Bear Paw. And so Miles book, he said he was the greatest warrior and the strongest warrior that he ever knew of any American Indian. And he went down and found the Nez purse and all that. They came down the mountain, and he grabbed the first enemy and held him up like a bench press, over his head, and then, brought him down, and the results were not good, right over his knee. And so that was a lasting impact in General Miles's. And so a lot of the battle here also, despite being some of the best armed people by this time in some of the wars, these guns were coming out of the agency, and these people would go back and forth from the agency out to the battle. Now, our people were called the Hostiles, a big band of Minnicoujou Lakota, Itazacho Lakota, Cheyenne, and a few Arapaho. But we were just like one with the Cheyenne, because all of our men married Cheyenne women. Touch the Cloud, I'm going to show you a picture of him, known for his height. He also had Cheyenne wives. The man who became known as Bigfoot is from our family. Spotted Elk had Cheyenne wives, And so we always see these books, the Cheyenne are over here, and Lakota are here, and Minnicoujou are maneuvering in here. They're all mixed. It's like one big family. And even when they put those camps in place on the Little Bighorn, there was a lot of visiting and that back and forth, and they went back and forth. They weren't just like that. So here's a modern arrow here. Actually, this one is pretty old here, but you can see the sinew wrapping and feathers on there, and a nice point there. And this here is a picture of Touch the Cloud. This is from one of my books. There's the famous picture of him with a headdress clear to the ground. Some people, you've probably seen that maybe online. But his name is Touch the Cloud singular. So I've been, in my lectures, and I've been trying to get that across, that it's singular, touch the cloud. It'd be like calling red clouds, red clouds, And so I actually did a book review on a spotted tail book for Wyoming Historical, and just recent. I don't know if it's the last issue or the one before that. and they just automatically corrected that, thought it was a typo and put an S on it. Now I'm going backwards. Yeah. But anyway, he's got a Remington. It says on here he's Crazy Horse's bodyguard. They're first cousins, the son of Hump and Touch a Cloud, Bigfoot, Crazy Horse, on that level, all first cousins. And he's got a Colt revolver and a Remington, and so I have the Remington explained in my book, you know, the year and more information. But he was known for his height as he grew. He was about 6'10", but they usually record him as 7 foot. So as he grew, you know, touched the cloud. And then his son, Amos Charging First, was in our community. He was 5'9", his son. And then the next generation, boom, back up. So we say every other generation, good basketball players. And so some were down at Kansas, and my nephews, some were up to 7'2", 6'10", 7'2", and that's where all this comes from. That other headdress is over Cody. And so people back in the day, they would put that on average sized man, and it drags, you know, behind like a little nightgown or something. But when he stands, it's not even touching the ground, you know. So bodyguard of Crazy Horse, he was with Crazy Horse when they tried to put Crazy Horse in the guardhouse on September 5th, 1877. And so they were gonna put him in the guardhouse, and Touch a Cloud said he's too honorable a man to go in there. And so they honored his wish to put him in kind of an adjutant's office, and that's where he died in there. But there is, you know, stuff about him. He was by Crazy Horse's body all night until he died. The parents came and they got him on a travois, and they took him out of there. So I have a book, a 700-page book that's hoped to be published this year. It's been done for 5 years. It's called Hump and Crazy Horse, the Lakota Cheyenne history from a family view. So this is one of our earliest family people here, George Catlin sketched. And so that's the way we learn about the way things are, you know, like weapons and bows and arrows and, you know, just like that. And so there was no photography then. This guy, he's famous in South Dakota history. So he would be well known over there. He tried to take the keelboat from Lewis and Clark and about set off a war, uneasy tensions, and they pushed off from the Missouri River. Lewis and Clark went on up just north to the Mandan village, and that's where they got Sacagawea as a guide and went on. But I've done research, just like on a picture like this, you know, he wraps his hair came clear to the ground. Some of our elders back when I first did my book, they said, we didn't wear our hair like that. So that was the first, but they did. Catlin was very meticulous. He drew, and he kept a journal. In his journal, he said, I'm going to paint one horn first because he's a head leader of Minnicoujou Division and can run down a buffalo on foot. And so at Fort Pierre on the west bank side there was a herd of buffalo, and he took off on foot, just kind of trotted in there and got in the middle of that herd. That herd took off with him right in the middle until he got the biggest bull there, and he pulled out his bow and arrow and drove that arrow right into the heart of the buffalo. So that was pretty impressive for George Catlin. So you've probably seen a lot of books on George Catlin. He drew tribes all over the U.S. And then I should have mentioned the one of Hump is L.A. Huffman, the famous Montana photographer from Iowa City. And Edward Curtis also did quite a few stuff, you know, with it. So I'll pull out a few more things that are down here. But maybe I could have somebody hold this for me. Would you hold that for me? Down here in the bottom of the pile here. some of my other books that, this is like Sitting Bull's tribe here, Standing Rock. This is my home county. Actually, that's Touch the Cloud right there, seated. Looks like he's a head taller than everybody else. And a modern Standing Rock book there. And Pine Ridge Reservation is one of the Lakota. There's American Horse, Man Afraid of His Horse. Rosebud is one of the Lakota. There are 7 bands of Lakota. Oglala at Pine Ridge, Sichongu at Rosebud, Lower Brule, Papa at Standing Rock, and the other 4 are at my reservation. They're on the flag. I'm Minnicoujou, Itazipcho, Sihasapa, Uhueanupa. So those 7 Lakota words are what comprises the Lakota. So French have confused that, like Paul the Sichongu is burnt thigh. Their legs are burned in a prairie fire, some members, so French call them brûlés. But Sichongu is a burnt thigh. Let's see. So this here, I brought this here too. This is a sledgehammer. So we put sinew over this. There's a chip down through there. This is an old one. This isn't nothing modern. And then I even had a bigger one, but it was bogging my cart down, so I got the next smaller one. So a sinew and then a large, heavy stick on here, and it's just like a sledgehammer. So when I get that boat arc piece, I've got a round piece stave, and then you hit that right over the middle of it and split that. And then you just let your wood go however, fight it. And then you'll split that again. So I get 4 staves or bows out of one there. And of course, smaller ones for grinding and that sort of thing. And then this here is a trade item, and I actually made this too, but the traders knew the native people like, tobacco, and then of course the tomahawk, so they improvised. There's another one here where you could have both of these on one. So this is more decorative, if you throwed it, then that wouldn't be good on this gold part. But it's got good leverage, and it could be functional as well for throwing. So I said fight first, and then afterwards sit down and have a smoke afterwards. Tobacco goes right in there, and this has a hole down through here. Tobacco was ceremonial too, I don't want to get any bad habits started today to encourage you, but tobacco was very important.
By the way, where was tobacco grown out here?
Well, the Arikara had a lot of the really good tobacco. They called it a ree. That's another name for Arikara, ree. Called it ree twist tobacco. And they grew that, and tribes all over the plains traded for that. That was the favorite kind. So when we got ree twist tobacco, you could alter that as well. You could put your own ingredient into that and mix. So people mix that. And then just a couple other things here I brought. Let's see, just about done here. Some little stuff here that I made. This is a buffalo horn soup ladle for dipping in, and you can see I haven't missed too many meals. So a big spoon. The buffalo horn. Every piece of the buffalo was used for something. And then, of course, the tanning process. I tan hides. There's rawhide, and it has leather in its natural form. When it's tanned, it's buckskin, like this, softened. And this one is a skull cracker here. It's got the ridge here across it, the old one. And then this one is contemporary, is made with deer handle and stone. And it fits a handle there. One or two more things here. So I want to mention with the whole hide tanning process. So I'll tan a hide and you decide if you want hair left on it or not. Buffalo robes would be valuable, just the way they are with hair on it. You wouldn't want to take that off. Too valuable for, you know, carpeting and all that. And that's teepee lodges and stuff, they take that off. But, so anyway, we scrape the hide, and this is all the women's job, so the ladies should really be alert on this part, and aware of this, because that was a woman's job, was tan. So get that hide up there, soak it overnight in the stream, and weight it down with those rocks, because the hides float, you know. Even the Mandan used some of those for boats, little like round boats, and then put that up, you know, on the ground or spread it out, and then you want to scrape the side. If you want the buckskin with the hair off, we scrape the hair off. The epidermis side, we take that down and soak that, and then they put it back up with a brain tanning solution. And they always said that one animal's brain would tan itself. If it's a squirrel, that size is just bright. And then the buffalo brain is just as much. So, I mean, just the right amount. Put 1 cup of water with that, and then boil it. Bring it, just heat it up to a boil. And that's what you paint on. That nobody knows why, just it breaks the fiber down. And then after that process, it's soaked, and then you go into the final process is kind of working or kneading that over something, like I use a wire or some tie wire, but then that's when it starts fluffing out and all that. And then like two deer hides for a man's shirt, and then stitched down through here, sewed together. And then the quill work, porcupine quill work like this, is original decorative before beads. So there were no beads. Beads came from Europe, and these quills were dyed. So you put that on there, and then the leggings and all that. Fringes are always important, even bigger than that. More fringes, more fringes. Gotta have fringes on everything. As a horse is going, you know, that mane and that tail and that show, and that headdress is going, and you know, looking good. A lot of part of the horse capture, which evolved, was basically horse stealing among tribes, and warfare was looking good. Some of these battles, they just ended it. It's like soldiers, well, they could have wiped us out totally, but they chose not to. When they were done, they were done. They went back. Maybe it's lunchtime or something, you know, we're gonna take a break. So then the hair on too, that's the other things I was gonna say about that. But you know, all the products from leather, and the women's dresses were so soft like that, and then decorative with quill work, bead work, yokes for the women of elk teeth, and there's only 2 molars per elk, so a lot of elk, you know, decorated those, and cowrie shells on the top for women, and the elk bone for the women go this way, up and down, and ours go this way. You notice that, you know, the women's are all down. So some of those are really heavy too, the ladies, you know, and that if that hide gets wet, then that's not good either, because lady starts drooping, you know, walking, it's so heavy. And you can somewhat waterproof your hide by holding it over smoke of a fire. So that's why those vests, some of the vests look kind of yellowed. Then that smoke's on there, put some hickory smoke in there, little fragrance, you know. Oh, what's that guy wearing today? Ladies are really doing a double take, you know, following them around. And then too, with that hair, if you left the hair on, you're dancing with your lady or whatever, and a real embarrassing thing could be your hide they call it slipping. if you didn't pan it right. So that's trial and error. You learn. You made it soak that too long and didn't do, you know, next time, because that lady didn't like that. You know, she danced with you and she pulled her hand up and here's a handful of hair. This guy's not cool. He don't know tanning, you know, very well. But anyway, that was ladies, a lot of the ladies' stuff. But I showed you that 1,100-year-old hall. And so, like with drills, I've got a flute in there too. This is a drill, the various types of drill for putting, you know, drill holes. And here's another drill here. Put a wood T on the top with sinew again, is wrapped up like figure 8, put on there. And then here's an arrowhead from our family. So all of those were some of the essential things that were used, and it seemed like there was one more thing I'm trying to think of here. Well, show you one of the only thing I didn't show here. There is a flute in there, so I might as well show that. I'll show it. There's a hump. Both Crazy Horse had flutes as well that were recorded. So everything had a story too, and so the way the flute came, a man wanted to meet this lady who didn't know he existed. Every time he said hi, she said bye, and so he went into the woods to get an elk. From the elk, there's a gland you slit, and that's like a musk aftershave, and he's going to put that on and increase his chances of being noticed. So anyway, the elk wore him out in the woods, and he rested, and he heard the sound. He came awake, and he heard the sound like a drone. And he followed over to that tree. It was an aromatic cedar tree. So all of my wood is aromatic cedar for that. And as he got over there, there was a woodpecker kept coming back and forth from that tree, like there's something over there he's wanting him to see, taking him back and forth, back and forth. Finally, he got over there, and here's a branch all hollowed and worn, weathered, and wind switched and blew down through there. That's where the sound was coming. And so the man looked up there, and woodpecker was up there. Woodpecker come out to investigate and stepped on these holes with his foot, and that changed the notes down. So he walked back and it reversed the notes. And so the man took that down, the branch, in its rough form, took it back, and that was the very first flute ever, the story of the first Lakota flute, how it came to our people. He learned to play the flute, and then that lady now, she got all interested. So she likes that sound and the song. And what everybody remembered was that they were married shortly after. So ever since then, the flute is associated with courting and love. And so I've made, I just had these in that show, also have award-winning flutes, and my numbers just went over 700. Each one is numbered. So I've made over 700 of these flutes. They're all hanging up on my wall. I'll tell you some notes on it. they had a drum, flute, and a rattle since anybody could remember. So anyway, that's how the flute came. There's stories with everything like that that explain the wise. And so the wise men and women always had these stories that they told people, you know. And so that was a good part of the storytelling, and oral history was done on hides. And the most important event of the year was drawn on a hide. I'll just cover one quick era. I've got one of the winter counts, so since we're right here, and it is also in this book, 1860, there's a picture right there of the ridge in that book. But, the first one, 1865, we'll go to that one. Many horses died off. So what's drawn is, it's a tree branch, and it's all heavily laden, like with snow. It's weighted, that's all there is on there. In 1866, there's a soldier with the saber. It says 100 white men died. And that's the Fetterman fight. The most important year for 1867 was they surrounded the white tents. That's the wagon box fight. 1868, they traded many mules. There's a couple mules in the drawing. That's the Fort Laramie Treaty. And then in 1869, an old woman was killed by a tree. And I think I'm about the only one that has pieced that together. It's in my new book, what that event is. And it actually happened at Sheridan. It's a battle between Lakota and Crow. And they were actually right in our camp at one point. And then 70, the most important event for 1870, it's a man standing, and there's a round bullet traveling, and Hump was killed. The father of Hump was killed over the mountains here by the Shoshone. Well-documented fight in the Crazy Horse books. Crazy Horse said it's not a good day to go in. It's rainy, slippery. Hump insisted they did. But they camped right in this area. When they came down halfway up on the Bighorns, from Bighorn down the Story, they came in on this part of it. And then the women at the wagon box over here, you can see it right out here, stood on that knoll over there and watched the battle. And they cheered them. And so if you go to the wagon box site, just right over here, which I would highly recommend, read those little podiums in the circle right there, and that's all in there. They have it, so they know that. And of course, over here, this battle had three main fights of Fetterman, and decoys led them out. Hump chose Crazy Horse as a leader of the decoys, and that's where reports of him hanging off the horse and dangling, and sometimes he even falls off the ground. And like he's up limping and wounded, or he's jumps over on his horse, and it's like the soldiers are just, a little bit further, and we got this guy. They don't realize the bigger picture. They have to wait patiently for all the cavalry and the infantry, too, was a waiting time to get in there and then close the trap on them. But that quickly went to a lot of hand-to-hand, as did Little Bighorn. A lot of that towards the end. The son of Hump was shot off his horse on Calhoun Hill. And that's really a turning point when Hump and Crazy Horse split the soldiers in half. And it was all disoriented then. And then from Calhoun Hill over to the last stand hill, you see all those white markers all over soldiers. A lot of them were off their horses because the warriors always go for the horses. That's really more important than the battle. Wow, I want that horse. And so a lot of them were dismounted and just running and kind of panicked. And the way some of the warriors described it too in their accounts was that they broke them off into smaller groups. It was like the way we hunt buffalo. We take them off into smaller groups. So that was explained quite a bit, you know, like that. Of course, Walter Camp interviewed my great-great-grandfather about the battle. You might have heard of the man White Bull. He was a nephew of Sitting Bull. One Bull and White Bull were brothers, nephews of Sitting Bull. White Bull had a book, you know, and Warpath, and you know, he wrote a lot about this, the battles here, the Little Bighorn, and then where did he settle? At the reservation. He came back, settled at Cherry Creek, our home, right next to Hump. So over at the, when they're talking about the Fetterman, they said, why did White Bull not say so much about Hump? You know, even though others did, Oglala and being leadership and all that. Well, it's like a protocol thing. He was kind of like, you know, in Hollywood almost, but he had to come home at some point and live, and he's not going to tell Hump's story. That's kind of the way it is, you know. You're respective of your own family story. So my family story would be one of the first of family history, you know, rather than, I review a lot of books where, well, Little Big Man, or Little Bighorn, somebody from, an author from New York City has wrote a new best-selling book and never been out here. But anyway, that's the book we get, you know. But what about our story, you know? So I'm pleased that you're here today, and feel honored to share some of this information with you, including this bow here. Very few white people ever seen that. So anyway, I brought this for the people here today to bring that and that one arrow out. It stays at home, and it had to have ceremony before it comes over here with the sage. Kids, if you see that shiny silver, that's our ceremonial sage, and it smells really good. That's a purification, and you don't want to pull it up by the root, but you can take off a little bit of the top, and then they burn that for purification. And our people believe it gets all the negative things out, away from things. So we have to honor those. Even a bow case, which I seen one in here, is more like the ones I make, yeah, more like that. But people at the museums, they said, well, the dream catchers, I thought they were on the cradle boards. When you see them on cradle boards, the filter out, you know, good lives. But we also see them on the bows, the cases. So what's the deal there? So it's the same thing. Your weaponry had to have ceremony too before you went into battle. So much of the people's day was ceremony. It was very religious people. They prayed to the morning star, you know, and then from then on it was like probably a prayer for the buffalo we're going to take today. If we're successful, there's another prayer of thankness for that. And a big part of the life was ceremony, not just warfare. And then on the military side, I've been all over the world, Germany and France, and I spoke at a lot of bases, Fort Knox, and the DOD, and the Defense, Logistics Defense, it's called now, and Battle Creek, Michigan. And I show these stats, you know, numbers. Ira Hayes raised a flag at Iwo Jima. I have a Chickasaw astronaut, NASA astronaut, his astronaut suit, John Harrington, Chickasaw. And then here's the number that I always present at that. 50% of American Indians are veterans of U.S. wars. And no ethnic group in America comes anywhere close to that 50% participation. Well, once in a while, like after I left Fort Knox, that was quite a while ago, CNN, his numbers were coming across on my presentation. I thought, oh, that's cool. They're getting the news, the message. Well, something happened, and I'm not taking political sides or anything, but something happened just a month ago. In a speech somewhere. Here the president is, and 50% of American Indians are veterans of U.S. wars. So they did check all that research. No ethnic group in America comes anywhere close. I thought, that's me talking. That's my line. So it's good, you know, the story, you know, comes out. And we have a lot of great stories from all these battles. And the next place I'm going to be is down at the Oregon, California Trails National Convention down in Casper. I'm going to be leading some tours down over to the old Fort Reno and then into Crazy Woman Creek and then up here to Fetterman and Wagon Box and then being on a panel down in Casper. That's a big national event at the end of this month. So I want to thank you again. Our Pilami is our thank you word. So Pilami. And maybe quick questions too, if you have any. Yes.
I heard a story of, I wish I could remember his name, but he was the last war chief, and it was during World War II that he completed the tasks, and one of them was to steal the horse of the enemy. Is there, do you know that story by chance?
I've heard different tribes that had stories of challenge like that, but I don't know the individual. Oh, okay, it was Joe, yeah. He told that when he was probably 100 years old. He was honored up at Washington, and he is a friend of mine. We were at some of the Little Bighorn anniversaries together when he spoke up there. And some friends of mine have pictures out here. Joe took them out east of Sheridan to some of the sites over there, you know, a battle site between Cheyenne and Absolute, Crow, and Sundance site. Yeah, very, very great, honorable man.
Yes, Joe said there was a bluff out there east of Sheridan that was called the Sioux Garden, but you didn't know why it was called that.
The Sioux Garden?
Yeah.
Well, it was very much Sioux territory, I mean Lakota territory, and so a lot of this whole business of Crow territory, we were in control of that. People don't realize how large the Sioux were by population. We had activity in the Dakotas. Meanwhile, out here, they call them, our family, the hostiles, a whole large contingent. Our people were from Miles City to Dayton. That was the main beat there on the Tum. And then down patrolling the Bozeman Trail, which sometimes let them clear down into Julesburg area, you know, on up through here. So an incredible range when you think about the horses and all that.
For sure on your horsewood bow, that would be a little bit difficult to obtain. You'd have to.
Yeah, you can. They don't grow here.
No, so is there a significance with the term medicine bow? Is there a wood there that was preferred for the bow?
I heard there was one that was bone. Medicine too. Big one. Sheep.
Yeah, from the sheep.
Yeah. Yeah, people had different bows. You could identify those. Same way with flutes and then even family colors. Our feather was the red-tailed hawk of Crazy Horse. So they never wore a bonnet. It's like one or two eagle feathers, humble eagle. And so that's all you see. There's a winter count, a couple of them in the year. Hump visited Washington. Surprisingly, he never did learn English. They got a red-tailed hawk feather that showed.
One other item, good on stuff here. So people find these flat things, they call them a large flake, and it'd be a circular piece of work stone. Look rather like a small pancake. And they just wondered what they are. And I think those things are probably related to Eskimos use a similar stone called a ulu
Oh, yeah.
as
The
a
knife.
knife.
Yeah, ulu.
Mhm.
It was kind of rounded,
Yeah.
scraping too.
Mhm.
But then some were for grinding too. The stones, like those hassles, they call them, matate and mano, the Hispanic words. And then over here in sight is a buffalo jump at the lake over here, Lake Smith on the north side. That was a ceremonial area for Sundance. There was a big camp over there. And that's where Hump got his bear lodge, his bear medicine. And they kept in touch with Bear Lodge, or with the Bear Lodge called Devil's Tower today. But they had a ceremony there, and I was told some of the other tribes were kind of superstitious about that lake area, but we weren't. And also right in this area, another hideout camp of ours is the over a hole in the wall. And the dull knife and all that. So I have stuff in my book, all documentation. The Minnicoujou were over there. The Tazit show were all in the dull knife fight. Hump was in the dull knife fight. It's not recorded nowhere in history, because that's that dull knife to these girls, that connection. But they couldn't ever find that camp. It was one of the most secluded back in there were Graves ranches. And so some of the Cheyenne squealed on them over that crazy woman. They told them, they said they're camped over there in the winter. So in November, that's when they went looking for them. And I was told that day when they went in there, there was an inversion or something that kept all the smoke right over that camp area. So that pinpointed right where they're at, and they went in, and thus the dull knife fight was called. But books would say it's Cheyenne only, it's a Cheyenne deal. It's a dull knife story, and books would say the whole Bozeman Trail and most all this is Red Cloud's war, Red Cloud led everything. It's too big of a territory for one man to be in control and then, of all of this operations. And I want to say in 1868 that after the forts were burned here, C.F. Smith and Fetterman running Fort Phil Kearny and Reno, the people then went in, and the treaty was signed in 1868. And, Red Cloud went in and had Red Cloud Agency named for him. You won't find Crazy Horse and Hump name anywhere on that treaty. By not signing the 68 treaty, Hump had 13 more years of freedom. He went to Canada with Sitting Bull. And when he surrendered up there, look at I think they have it here, the Sitting Bull surrender census is the great Ephraim Dixon. They surrender. Hump has by far the largest band up there in Canada. 714 people is in his band, men, women, and child, recorded in their coded names in that book. And so with that, the wars were over right after, a year after Little Bighorn. In April and May, our family surrendered, and they didn't want these five together ever again. The military, they surrendered over by Otter Creek off the tongue, and Crazy Horse went to Red Cloud Agency to Fort Robinson, was killed 3 months later. Touched the Cloud went to Spotted Tail Agency. He's Minnicoujou. Later, he'll get permission from the agent, because he's with the Sichongu, to return home to Cherry Creek, Minnicoujou. Dull Knife goes to Oklahoma, to Indian Territory. He'll run away from there. There's that story. And Hump surrendered to Miles at the Tongue River Cantonment right there. And the fifth one was Lame Deer from our family. He was killed south of Lame Deer. named for him. And the lame deers today from our family are like my uncle Flying By, Wilbur Flying By, is head of Lakota Studies, and Joe Flying By from Standing Rock was a famous medicine man, kind of modern medicine man. But there's two Flying Bys, two BYE and just BY, but they come from that lame deer family. That's some of the sons that went east. Yes.
The medicine wheels up here in the mountain, are they still part of the culture now, or is that?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I've read some of this prehistoric kind of, to go way, way back.
Yeah, that goes way back to a lot of different cultures and people that use that, trying to figure out this.
Different peoples that use the same.
Different ways, different people, I'd say. Some may have used it as a calendar. There's 28 spokes, you know, in other areas. But yeah, that's kind of about as far west as we would typically go. You know, the first hump way out of his territory in that battle with the Shoshone, and then right through here was like the heyday time period. Now, in the 1850s is when our whole contingent got in here to Tongue River to keep the Crow up here. We had to be right here at their doorstep because they go into the Black Hills. Okay, winter count of 1850, Crow in the Black Hills, and they killed one of Hump's relatives, and they took one of the women, you know, and back, and next one, we go up, we do the same thing, and kind of another day at the office. But we really did keep that pressure on them up here to control all the Powder River Basin, and pretty much everything this side of the Bighorns clear down, you know, to Casper area, and then more of the Oglala's and the Sichongu pick up with Nebraska territory down to Kansas, Republican River area, and we have our Dakota in Minnesota, large numbers over there. That story is another story. There's Dakota, Lakota, and Nakota, the three different dialects. So very, very large nation. And once the 5 surrenders happened, it was over. So the 5 reservations are established in South Dakota: Pine Ridge, Rosebud, Standing Rock, Cheyenne River, Lower Rural, and a wagon could come, a single family non-Indian wagon could come through here. Never see a native person by that time. They're all surrendered. So in the generations before me, they told about the Fetterman, oral history, Little Bighorn. There's this mountain over here, Medicine Wheel. All we had was stories. And now I feel so fortunate in my lifetime that I live here part-time most of the time, and I'm connected to these spots. So that I spend a lot of time out in the field when I'm driving by. You know, it feels good to look over. I know so-and-so's buried over there, and this happened over there, and all this stuff. It gives you power and strength right here in your heart. And when you know your history, where you come from, that's important. It gives you strength. You can walk. And so I come from the poorest reservation in America, Cheyenne River Sioux Tribe, poorest county in America, highest unemployment rate, lowest per capita income. I was speaking at the Penn one time, penitentiary, and all the natives were in there, these kids. I thought, wow, this looks like a high school graduate assembly. These kids, 60% of the Penn was native Lakota. And then they just clung to me like, you know, I have all this family history. I'm like, who was my relatives and related? And this line, they just engulfed me. They wouldn't hardly let me leave. And so the next year I asked the counselor, I said, well, what should I talk about this year? And she said, Donovan, they want the very same thing because they never got any of this. They don't know who their father was, or no parents and stuff like that. So they never got that history to keep those strong values, bravery, generosity, respect, and wisdom. So I did that, and I noticed there was this one guy really sullen in the back, kind of looking like he knew it all, older guy. And then finally at the end with questions, he said that's really good. He said, you know all that stuff, but he said the difference between us and you is that you had all this handed to you by your family. It's all handed down, see, and we never got that. So they never knew this story. So I unfolded this little story chapter of my life. So I told him, I said, well, you know, I was born and raised on the reservation, lived there all my life, but it's kind of ironic because usually, well, what happened was my parents gave me away. I raised myself. See, I didn't have no parents. And I learned all that history from the elders and grandparents. And my dad went to San Diego, and my mother went to Salt Lake, and so I did, different families had me. They passed me around to one family. Well, the fire chief had this story. He said, I was there when your trailer house caught on fire, and we rescued you and your brother, and we pulled you out of the bedroom window just before the whole trailer burned up. And the parents are gone, and the only thing that survived, I have an artifact. It's classified an artifact now. It's one of my shoes. One of my baby shoes was in the neighbor's yard, was found. It's the only thing that survived that fire. So when I told that guy that story, how that came to be, then, all right, now you're one of us. He accepted me, gave me a big hug. He said, keep our history, you're doing good. Yes.
We're very fortunate that you're doing all of this, and you should be congratulated for putting this stuff together. Let's give you an example of how little people understand what's going on. Took some people from England on a tour here, and we went up to the Rosebud, and I announced that we were going to go into the Cheyenne Reservation. And as we crossed the line, I said, well, we're in the reservation now, and this lady looked around, and I don't know what she expected to see. She says,
Keepies.
How do you keep them on the reservation?
Yeah.
And I said, well, we don't. She says, do you mean you let them in your towns?
Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot
half the
of
basketball players in Manchester.
yeah, a lot of education
Yeah.
needed. Yeah.
I have
Yeah.
a couple little questions. One thing, I was wondering if that is an authentic headdress with the antelope horns. I've
Yeah.
never seen one like that. I've
Yeah,
seen
they
buffalo
use
and mountain goat.
those.
Oh,
Yeah.
you know, and then I live down around Claremont,
Oh, yeah.
down
Okay.
east of here. And I found a really nice arrowhead. I know it was authentic, but do you know of any way you could tell me what tribe that was from, if I had a photo of it or showed it to you?
Possibly. A lot of times I just use those arrowhead books of different cultures.
Oh, okay.
My brother-in-law, I got a whole bunch of arrowheads I brought down from the Red River down Texas, Oklahoma. He's got a lot of them down there, and so that's how we kind of dated those into caddo. People said, oh, they're Chickasaw or Cherokee, and I said, I know.
Well, it's gotta be one of the tribes
Yeah,
around
those
here.
are what they
that
call
might
Choctaw, Chickasaw, Cherokee, Creek, and Seminole. You know, they're southeastern tribes when
Right.
they moved, you know, 1830s. But,
Because I'd like to kind of know more about it, really. and
yeah,
Not real sure, so.
I find some flakings up on these hills sometimes, we're scouting
Yeah, I
places.
found a lot of like chippings.
There's some
and
good
scrapers
scouting
and stuff.
points up here halfway up the mountain above Story and Bighorn, where there's lots of scouting. Like I told this group, our family could go up halfway and have a commanding view of this whole area. You can see trucks on the interstate coming in, right where they go. You don't have to go up very far. And that, we had others, some of the Oglalas came in over here on the east to the Fetterman and that, but they had a commanding view, you know, of all that. And then with like Platte Bridge too, that came about. I'll be going down there. They organized a lot of that over in that Dome camp, hole in the wall area.
Right,
And that on the way down, there's people like George Bent, you know, and his writings. He's with the Cheyenne, you know, and he reported this large number, about 700 people heading towards Casper, and Hump picked out about 6 of the decoy people again, including Crazy Horse. Then when they met some of the Oglala and Sichongu coming in from the east, they picked more of the decoys. But down there, same thing. Now, if you read the story of Platte Bridge fight, that's where Casper Collins was killed, the namesake for Casper. But the first recollection is those 10 scouts. They see him on the north, and they start trying to lure him out right there. And then more of them come in. And then, of course, with Collins, his horse shied and took him right into the enemy. So,
Heck of a thing.
terribly embarrassing.
Very, yeah.
And then there are stories too. You will find in the Crazy Horse by Sandoz that Crazy Horse and Casper Collins were boyhood friends, and then he sees them killed at the fight, and Crazy Horse like, oh my God, my boyhood friend. Fiction.
Fiction.
Never happened. They never met white people. People always said, well, they went into the fort, didn't they? Fort Laramie, and took a picture or something. It was like, they didn't go there. It was like, the only time they seen a non-Indian was combat. They came out to Dayton to get Hump and Crazy Horse to come in to surrender, well, not surrender, but accept some of the gifts, trinkets and that. And they had showed some of the trinkets and probably, you know, some weapons probably too. And Hump looked at that hat I had, and he pulled out his knife, and I didn't bring him a big knife, but they had shoulder blade knives. Some of them were up to this long with rawhide sheaths. We have 5 of them from the Smithsonian, including Hump, Crazy Horse, Touch the Crowd, Bigfoot, and old Crazy Horse, Worm, their knives. But anyway, he took his knife out, a bone knife, and he stuck 2 holes down through that hat, and he pulled the hat over the horse's head, and everybody remembered and reported that horse went wild, and everybody was hilarious, laughing. I said that's the first rodeo in Dayton. But Hump told him to go on in and get your trinkets. We're not coming in. Instead, he went north. They went north on to the Grovon, to horse stealing expedition. Thanks again for.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Dave McKee with the Fort Phil Kearny Bozeman Trail Association, and I'd like to welcome everyone to our program this afternoon on firearms. Just a little bit of introduction on the topic, so thanks to Carrie. So what we're trying to accomplish today is review the history along the Bozeman Trail, where early cattle drives and western settlement were influenced by the technological advances and design innovations of firearms and native weaponry. Today's program, Firearms That Influenced the Powder River Country, will explore military and commercial firearms and their relationship to local and regional historic events from the mid-1800s to the early 1900s. So today's program is due to a partnership with the Fort Phil Kearny State Historic Site, so thank you to the state. Lindley, our Fort Phil Kearny Bozeman Trail Association, the Sheridan Community Land Trust, and Sheridan County Sportsmen Association. So all our groups got together to join in and put this together. And we would like to do a special thanks to the Sheridan County Sportsmen's Association for sponsoring free admission for the morning portion of the program at the fort. So thanks to the Sportsmen's Association. Also wanted to let people know that today's presentations will be video recorded and shared on the Sheridan County Community Land Trust and Fort Phil Kearny's YouTube channel. So if you want to review it or let your friends know about it, we'll have that on the YouTube channel for viewing down the road. And we would like to thank the Wyoming Humanities Council for funding the documentation today. And because we're fortunate to get some funding from the Humanities Council, we do have a survey for people to fill out, a short survey. It's back on the Sheridan Community Land Trust table that we turn into the Humanities Council. It's part of the grant. So if you would take time to just do a quick survey, that would be wonderful. So I think with that, we'll start our presentations this afternoon. So what I'd like to do is introduce our first speaker, Danny Michael, who started at the Kearny Firearms Museum as the assistant curator in 2016. In addition to assisting with visitor inquiries and researching and writing about the collection, he also managed social media content for the Firearms Museum. He was promoted to associate curator in 2020 and is now the Robert W. Woodruff Curator of the Kearny Firearms Museum. Michael received a master's degree from the University of Louisville in 2016 in public history. Michael, thanks so much for coming and welcome.
Adjust this slightly for whoever's next, sorry. Stand up a little higher. Back up. Can everybody hear me from this? A little better? Okay. I don't want to break anything. There we go. How's that? Better? All right. Well, I just want to say a quick thank you to Carrie for inviting me over here today to talk with you all and be a part of the program, and to all the groups that were a part of putting this event together. I really appreciate being included and having the chance to share some history with you. So I'm Danny Michael. I am the curator now over at the Kearny Firearms Museum at the Buffalo Bill Center of the West over in Cody. So if you're looking for something to do sometime, go over the mountains and come see us. I'm going to do my best to keep my talk on schedule today, but my dad is a pastor, so no promises. So just a little bit about me. I've had a long interest in firearms history. I think that's about 6 years old. And as I mentioned, I'm currently the curator of the Kearny Firearms Museum. I feel very fortunate, very blessed to have that opportunity to work with a really amazing collection of firearms history. But today, of course, we're talking about firearms that influence this part of the Northern Plains and the Rockies in this area of what's now Wyoming. And so, of course, one of the first groups I want to talk about, and I've tried to break this down into the people that would be using these firearms. So I have a couple categories of folks that would be using firearms in this area historically, and hopefully some of our other presenters will dive a little bit deeper into those topics. But of course, one of the first groups I thought about were mountain men. Of course, as people came across the plains and encountered the Rocky Mountains, we get that iconic mountain man figure, somebody like Jedediah Smith here. The reason I picked him specifically is because that pistol over at the museum that we have fortunately on loan to us right now is attributed to Smith, to his usage. And he spent a lot of time all over the West, both northern plains, southern plains. But the kind of gun that he carried sort of early in the West would have been something like this flintlock pistol. This is a Birmingham-made flintlock pistol. It's a single-shot muzzle loader, as most of these first guns I'll be talking about were. So you load your powder and your projectile down the barrel. You put a little extra powder in the priming pan, and then the flint strikes the frizzen. That creates a spark, ignites that pan, and then that pan ignites the chamber and fires the gun. So single-shot muzzle-loading firearm, very common on the early plains. The early firearms you see out west would have been mostly flintlocks. And that's especially true of that pre-Civil War Western period that we're thinking of. A lot of, it's easy to think of the West as kind of a post-Civil War era, but it definitely gets started before that. And of course, if we're going to talk about mountain men, we have to mention what is they're most well known for. So the Plains rifle, or Hawken rifle, named for the most famous makers of this style rifle. The two pictured here are percussion muzzle-loading rifles made by the Hawken brothers, Jacob and Samuel Hawken. They worked primarily in St. Louis, but they worked a couple other places. They actually learned their trade back east. Jacob probably worked at the Harper's Ferry Arsenal early in his career. Their dad was also a gun maker, making more classic American long rifles, working in Western Maryland. So they learned the trade from him, and they adapted that American long rifle style into what we know. So the key features of a Hawken or a Plains rifle are a half stock. You can see the stock does not go the full length of the barrel. Typically, they had pretty heavy barrels, so the barrel's pretty thick, and they're usually mid 40 to mid 50 caliber. Some go up to 60. The American long rifle was usually a little bit smaller, say like 36 caliber to maybe 45, somewhere in there. The Plains rifles tended to have a larger caliber. They were a little bit shorter, but with a much heavier barrel, and then a half stock. Most of the rifles that the Hawken brothers made were percussion. They did make a few flintlocks, but by the time they were really active in their heyday in the late 40s and 1850s, they liked to build percussion rifles, and they kind of had a notoriety for they made it and the customer got it. You could have it in any caliber you wanted as long as it was 50 or, they made the rifles to suit them, and the customers kind of dealt with it. They also would have been pretty expensive for their day. As a comparison, this was kind of a higher end option if you were headed out west. And there I just included a photo. We have a nice photo. I don't know if it'll show up super well, but they're barrel stamped. So it's usually marked J or S Hawken on the barrel and the location of St. Louis commonly. You can find a few made in Denver. They stopped at a couple other places. They also had some relatives that were still active back east in the same time frame. So those flintlock pistols, maybe a percussion pistol, probably a percussion rifle. That's what I associate, and I think is pretty fair to associate with some of those early mountain men figures that would have been in this area, maybe traveling through this area. I think that's a pretty fair representation of what they would have had with them. Another group I thought I'd talk about were homesteaders. Of course, as white settlement moved out west, and especially after the Civil War, homesteaders looking for a new start tended to bring their firearms of some make with them. But the first one you might not expect. That's very much a military musket. That is a model 1816, US model 1816, originally started as a flintlock musket. This one was percussion converted during the Civil War. And the reason I included this, and it's still in its full military length configuration, is that one of the resources we have over at the Center of the West are the shipping records for a company called Schuyler, Hartley & Graham. If you know your Civil War history, you may have heard of those folks before, but Schuyler, Hartley & Graham was one of a number of major surplus dealers after the Civil War. So they bought up all the leftover military goods, and they sold them through catalogs to individuals, to other governments all over the world. And they shipped a lot of guns out west. And so we can look at their shipping records and see what they included. And the most common gun that they shipped was a percussion conversion flintlock musket. Whether it was the model 1822, 1816, whatever it was, they shipped those out west by the thousands. And it's the most common one that shows up in their records. Doesn't necessarily mean it was the most common out west. But I always say when I talk about Western firearms, it's important to remember that while things were, the latest and greatest was around, if you're a homesteader, you have a lot of value considerations to make. So a brand new shiny 1866 Winchester would be probably a better option, but that costs $30 or $35. This could be had for $1 or $2, and it makes an effective shotgun. So what we see in a lot of, especially family collections out west now, you see a lot of these were sent out west and then they shortened the barrel, they shortened the stock, and made it a really effective single shot shotgun. And you can hunt a lot of game with it, you can do a lot of things with that. And it's not the most effective, but it does a lot for you, and it's very, very cheap. So we see a lot of those percussion conversion muskets go out west. I think the last shipment we see in those records is like 1904 or something like that. So they sold these for many, many decades after the Civil War. Of course, maybe you're a little better off if you're a homesteader, maybe you're an ex-Union cavalryman. One of the things that happened at the end of the Civil War was if you were a Union soldier and in good standing, you could buy your service firearm from the government, usually at a pretty steep discount from what the government had paid for it. Some of the guns were sold for as little as $6. Most of them had been bought for $20 or $30 by the government. A good example of this would be a Spencer. So the Spencer, widely adopted by the Northern government in the Civil War. It's a 7-shot repeating firearm. So this one takes a metallic rimfire cartridge. There's a tubular magazine that goes through the buttstock, and you actually load that through a small door on the butt plate. 7 shots, there's a lever there that you work to advance the cartridge. You have to manually cock the hammer each time. But it's a repeating firearm. There were a lot of them at the end of the Civil War. And if you're a homesteader that had just gotten out of the Army, it's very possible that you could have brought one of these with you. So for relatively inexpensively compared to that brand new Winchester I mentioned. And of course, the one that everybody likes to depict in TV and film is a nice double-barrel shotgun. These are very dramatic guns. They look great on camera. So most Westerns of some kind will show a homesteader wielding some kind of double barrel. And that's not entirely inaccurate. There are lots of cheap shotguns or inexpensive shotguns imported after the Civil War in the 1800s. There's all sorts of European makers. There's a lot of different house makers in the U.S., sort of trade name, store name guns. I've never actually seen a comprehensive list, but I'm sure it would go into the hundreds. But yeah, the classic sort of shotgun, it gets to that same reason you might want that surplus musket. This might be a little bit more expensive version, but kind of same concept. If you have one of these, you can hunt a lot of game. You can probably use it for self-defense. It's a really versatile thing to have in the West, and it's not too expensive. So if you're a homesteader on a budget, that's probably an interesting option to have. Of course, that one's cut down, what we might call a coach gun. And so I thought I'd show an actual coach gun from our collection beside it. The bottom there is a Winchester lever action 1887 shotgun. And this one I included for the fact that that one's actually marked to American Express. So, and that one's a documentable coach gun. One of the problems in firearms research is just how often things like coach guns that become very notorious get embellished a little nowadays. But this one we can actually document as sold to American Express and used as a real-life coach gun out in the West somewhere. We don't know exactly where, though. But the common shotgun would be another thing that I would personally associate with homesteaders coming out West. Of course, we're just down the road from the fort, and the West has a lot to do with military history, the American West. And so we got to talk about the trapdoor Springfield. So the firearm pictured here is what we would call a 65-66, an Allen conversion, and I spelled Allen wrong on there, so apologies for that. It's with an I. Erskine Allen is the inventor of this system. And at the end of the Civil War, the Union, there's a theme that the Civil War has a pretty big shadow on firearms used in the West. But the Allen conversions, at the end of the Civil War, the Union government, the U.S. government had something like 1 million Springfield muskets on their hands, and they had a authorized strength for the Army shrunk down to 25,000 men. And so rather than adopting brand new firearms, they thought, well, we got all these sitting in a warehouse, let's convert these to breech loader. They had experimented with breech loaders sort of before the Civil War, but after the Civil War, they really saw the need for it. Allen comes up with a sort of simple conversion to the existing Springfield muskets. So normally during the Civil War, this would be muzzle-loaded, powder, projectile down the barrel, put a percussion cap on it when you're ready to fire. In this case, you pull the hammer to half cock, open the breech, insert a metallic cartridge, close the breech, full cock, and fire the gun. A lot quicker. These early Allen conversions were chambered for 50-70 instead of the more famous 45-70, but the principle's the same, and then variations on these trapdoors would be in service with the U.S. military out in the West until the Spanish-American War, when they were finally with the adoption of the Craig Jorgensen, they were put in the warehouse. And then, of course, also with the Army, think of the Colt Single Action Army. It's in the name. And so the Colt 1873, this became the standard issue sidearm for the U.S. military. So most of those Western campaigns you read about that happened after 1873, the soldiers would have had some form of the Colt Single Action with them. It is officially, it can chamber 6 rounds. It's a 6-shot cylinder, chambered for the .45 Colt cartridge. Although commercial orders could be chambered for a number of other cartridges. The military versions usually had a 7.5-inch barrel, but that is a classic Western revolver. Became really classic as a Western revolver because Hollywood really liked to use them. And so when we think of the West, we often think of those Winchesters and Colts. Then there's a lot of truth to it. There's also a lot of, they were really convenient and available for filming when everybody was making spaghetti westerns. So, but the truth of it is that a lot of soldiers would have had these, especially mounted soldiers. Any cavalry detachments would have been carrying a Colt Single Action Army as a standard issue firearm in the West. One you might not think of, though, for a Western firearm is a Maxim machine gun, best known for being invented by Hiram Maxim and adopted by Germans, built on license as the Vickers as well for the UK. These guns are really associated with World War I. But the U.S. Army in the early 1900s was figuring out what in the world to do with these newfangled machine guns that were being invented, and they bought them in sort of bits and pairs and dozens and half dozens. They bought 1895 Brownings, they bought Maxim guns, they bought Hotchkiss guns, bought all sorts of things to try them out. And the reason I associate this one with the West is I can't find any actual engagements in the northern West where the Army used a Maxim machine gun. There's a couple engagements during the what's called the Punitive Expedition in Mexico in the Southwest. But here, just over in Yellowstone, when that became a national park, there was no National Park Service. So the garrisoning the park fell to the Army. And the Army just rotated troops through there, and they brought whatever was issued. So if that unit happened to have a machine gun detachment attached, because the Army was trying to figure out what to do with machine gun detachments, they brought their machine guns with them. So there's a couple of photos of troops in garrison doing Park Service duty in Yellowstone with their Maxim guns. Would be quite a sight today. And of course, another group you want to talk about with firearms out here in the West are the native uses of firearms. It's interesting to me, and I think when you get into firearms history, it's just interesting in general, that firearms often came ahead of settlement. They're very tradable goods, so as soon as Europeans arrive on the East Coast and start colonies there, they begin trading firearms with native groups there. Those firearms then get traded west faster, actually, than settlement moves across the continent. And of course, there's also some trade from the south, from Spanish colonies. There's even some trade from the Pacific Northwest, from Russian traders. So firearms get out to the west in some form pretty early. Those early years would not have included a Henry, but the firearm shown there on the screen is an 1860 Henry. And those were pretty widely used by Native Americans. Custer himself actually wrote in a letter one time complaining about how many repeaters were in the hands of the tribes, somewhat ironically given his fate. And the reason I picked the Henry is because of that letter, and of course because during the archaeological surveys of the Little Bighorn, there's quite a few .44 rimfire cartridges they excavated. So that would be indicative of either the Henry or the 1866 Winchester. The Henry came out in 1860, fired a .44 rimfire cartridge. You loaded it. There's a little tab on the receiver. You slide that all the way forward, rotate the end of the magazine tube to the side, slide 14 rounds into the magazine tube under the barrel, close the magazine up, and then work the lever to chamber a round, and then you can fire your 14 or 14 plus 1 as quickly as you can work the lever. In contrast with the soldiers that would have been at Little Bighorn, they have that single-shot breech loader. It's a lot more effective than the muzzle loader, but it's a lot slower than a .44 caliber Henry or the later Winchesters that were around. And of course, with native use of firearms, flintlocks and those kind of things stayed around for a little bit longer than they did in the hands of European settlers. So this trade musket is a flintlock musket, British made, but it dates to about 1860 by the time that percussion and cartridge guns have well and truly taken over, but there's still some use for flintlock. So British makers, even as late as the 1860s, were making trade guns for flintlock, trade guns as flintlocks and selling those in the West, which is not something we think of. We think of this as a little bit earlier. Often you would see these get shortened down, so they're easier to handle on horseback. This one's a little bit closer to how it would have been made originally. And then the last one that you might not think of is this Remington Keene, this bolt action, not commonly the first thing you think of when you think of native use of firearms, but these actually would show up a lot in the Indian Agency police departments that were formed as police on the reservations. The U.S. government bought a number of these Remington Keene bolt action rifles to use for those police forces. So they're commonly, there's quite a few bits of documentation about these being used by them. This is a bolt action rifle chambered in 4570, one of the first commercially available bolt action rifles actually. But that's one you might not think of for native use. And then we've covered a lot, and I'll try and wrap this up, but another thing I like to remind people of, that almost anything you can think of was used at some capacity in the American West. So the photo there is a Mauser C96 pistol, mostly associated with World War I history. This is a German military pistol used in World War I. It was invented in the 1890s, as the 96 suggests. It's a semi-automatic pistol, fires from a 10-round fixed magazine. But the photo there, and it'll be tough to see the photo, but the photo actually shows a Mauser C96 in the hands of a Texas Ranger. So I think if you said, what gun did a Texas Ranger use, most of us would think of some form of revolver, but there exists at least one photo of a named Texas Ranger with a Mauser pistol. And the one I'll wrap up with is this photo of William F. Cody on a hunting trip in what is now Yellowstone National Park. And the guns you see here are what you'd expect. Some lever action rifles. You see Cody there himself is holding an 1895 Winchester. And then right in the middle of the photo is this gun. And that is a Mauser cavalry carbine, an 1891 powdered cavalry carbine used by Spain and Argentina. And there it is, just past Pahaska in Wyoming in 1901. That gun probably shouldn't be there, but there it is. There's two possible ways it came that I can think of. Well, maybe three. One was that some of these were captured in the Spanish-American War and then sold through Bannerman's, but the first advertisement I can find for that is 1903. Another possible way is that Cody, of course, traveled in Europe pretty extensively, so who knows what kind of guns him and his crew acquired in Europe. And then what's another scenario that I think might be the case is that Cody, of course, recruited pretty heavily from South America for performers, because when he did his Congress of Rough Riders, he wanted to have people that had been there, so he hired ex-military folks and ranchers and that kind of thing out of South America, and it's very possible they brought one along as well. But that gun, I was surprised when I saw that photo and looked a little closer. But I think that's really interesting to see it on a hunting trip in 1901. So I went a little bit long. Do we have time for a couple questions, or want to move on to the next one? Okay, so I'll take a couple questions and then we'll get to the next folks. Anybody at all? Yes.
What's the like the gap used
Yeah, so the question for everybody is, was the Gatling gun used in this area? Is that where we're headed? And the truth of the matter is that the Gatling guns really weren't used heavily. They mostly stayed in garrison. The troops kind of hated lugging them around. So there's about 3 or 4 written accounts of the Gatling gun being fired in anger in the American West. Most of them are in the Southwest. And most of them are sort of hard to piece together, because there's a lot of sort of exaggeration in the writing. A good example would be the soldier, an officer writes down we fought a skirmish and we rolled out the Gatling guns and we started firing and we killed, 100 enemy. Well, there's no engage, they're wildly overestimating how many casualties they inflicted, and you can't really match that up. So it gets really hard to piece together how many times they were used in the West, but the answer is probably less than 4. So, yes, sir.
Do you happen to know what firearms Duke Alexei from Russia brought on his local?
I wish I did, but the question was, do I know what firearms that Duke Alexei brought with him to the West when he was on his hunting trips? Unfortunately, I don't know what he had with him. So I imagine he brought some of his own. I imagine he borrowed some, but don't know what they are, unfortunately. Yes?
Wasn't the Remington pistol on the West as well? You mentioned the Colt, but wasn't the Remington?
Yeah. There would have been Remingtons out west, Remingtons, Smith & Wessons, a number of guns. I picked the Colt just because that was sort of the official standard issue. Of course, a secondary issue arm would have been the Smith & Wesson Schofield revolver. But yeah, the Remington certainly would have been, you probably could have found one.
36 caliber had a lot more than 6 rounds too.
There were still, most of the revolvers, even the Navy size revolvers, which are the 36 caliber guns, were still 6-shot. You don't see a lot of really 8-shot revolvers in that time period. Yes?
Did any of the 10-shot Walsh pistols end up in the Cody Museum, or did they all blow up?
The question was, did any of the Walsh pistols end up in our museum? Walsh pistols are what we call a superposed pistol, so the cylinders are very, very long, and that's because in every chamber of the cylinder you load 2 cartridges. And then hopefully, if the gun works, you fire the front one and then the back one out of each chamber. If it doesn't work, you fire both and blow up your gun. We do actually have a couple of Walshes in the collection, but that did survive and did not explode. A couple survived. Yes, sir.
Do you know how widespread the use of pepper box revolvers were?
That's a really good question. The question being, do I know how widespread the use of pepper box revolvers were? That's a really good question. I've never seen anything that would sort of illuminate that. The pepper boxes like Allen and Thurber's really, they come about in the pre-Civil War years, and Allen and Thurber do make quite a number of them. So it's pretty easy to imagine they show up in the West, but I've never really seen anything good on those, on just how many got out here.
I know that they were quite cheap and
Yep.
made in the Civil War era.
Yep. Yeah, so they would have been definitely an option for somebody out in this area. And yes.
Did you say that William Cody is a member of the Rough Riders?
So William F. Cody, better known as Buffalo Bill and the namesake for the Center of the West, he's the guy that put on the Wild West. We're not supposed to, I'm contractually obligated not to call it the Wild West show because he didn't call it that. He didn't like it. But it's the Buffalo Bill's Wild West, and one of his, for several seasons, as part of the Wild West show that he put on, he had a group called the Rough Riders of the World. It was especially after the Rough Riders had made their name in Spain in the Spanish-American War, and so he hired performers from all over the world, Turkey, South America, Europe, and they would sort of perform as cavalry units from those areas. So he had Cossacks, he had Cuban revolutionaries, guys playing that. So he has all sorts of folks, and that's what he called that group. All right. Well, thanks very much, everybody, and I'll get out of your hair.
I'd like to now have the pleasure of introducing our next speaker, Donovin Sprague. He's on the history faculty at Sheridan College and has an MA from the University of South Dakota. Donovin was born and raised on the Cheyenne River Sioux Reservation in South Dakota, where he is an enrolled member of the Minnicoujou Lakota. He is a university instructor, author of 10 books, a historian, and he is on our Fort Phil Kearny Bozeman Trail Association Advisory Board, so we're really lucky to have his background and wisdom for us. So, Donovin, thanks for being here.
Well, thank you and welcome everybody. I'm Petu Washte. It's a good day. Danny had mentioned some of the waves, kind of like of where when the firearms come across from trading across the United States, starting on the East Coast. So I'd like you to, think about that and some of the weaponry that he had up there as far as time period, when they're introduced and all that. But I'd like to explain some of the different ways that the firearms came in. And first of all, I'd like you to think about the words traditional and contemporary. And on the contemporary side, we want to think about bows and arrows and that sort of thing like the American Indian people had. And then the contemporary side will have the firearms. So, keep that in mind as well. So as Lakota, and I am the Minnicoujou, it's pronounced Minnicoujou. They put an N in the spelling of Minnicoujou, and forever since then, people pronounce it Conjo. So anyway, it comes from the word Hawoju, Minnicoujou. But those words came back, say like Sioux is the big picture, Sioux Nation. And people wonder, well, I wonder why this person I said, hello, are you Sioux? And he didn't like that for some reason. Well, the story behind all that is that Sioux is not in our dictionary at all. And it comes from the word Nadawa Sui. So Nadawa Sui is an Ojibwe word. When we were in the Great Lakes, a time when we were living in the Great Lakes, the Ojibwe were on in the middle there, the big large tribe. Today they're like the third largest tribe in America, very large tribe. So they called us the little snakes, and to the east of them were the hated Iroquois Confederacy. Iroquois Nation were the big snakes. We were the little snakes because we didn't have firearms. And the Iroquois had firearms, so that's what made them, a powerhouse in that region. And so because of the firearms, they were able to move us out of the Great Lakes area as we became what's known as the Lakota, Dakota, and Nakota. 3 different groups, Western, kind of more or less Central, and Eastern. So the Lakota are by far the largest. So then with that, I'd like you to keep in mind of some of these avenues and routes of where firearms came, because so it was all traditional weaponry, and so I can show you, I brought in, bows and arrows, and I talked about the tanning process, how to tan hides, and flint knapping, and bow making, and all that. But I'm from the hump and crazy horse family. And my grandfather, my great-great-great-grandfather, Hump, was the bow maker for Crazy Horse. Taught him how to make bows and arrows and a warrior, all the things of a warrior. And so that's the traditional side and art. And then through this contemporary part, as that comes into play, we get people not using the traditional weaponry as much, and even forgetting how to make some of those, or not doing a very good job making them. It's like, oh, I can tell this was made later. This person never learned the finer points of bow making, So those are some things. So with the contact of the white man was 1740s for our people. So with that, we got that wave of weaponry that's coming from the East Coast. So that's one major area there, and that was the La Vérendrye brothers, who also came through here. They were the first people at this time. Our nation was very large, was part of this, but this was kind of like more new territory out at the Bighorns, and the real central part was around the Black Hills. And by the time the explorers started arriving, they were arriving on the Missouri River around where Fort Pierre, South Dakota is today. And that's where my family met all of these, at these rendezvous with the explorers. And so all of that's recorded in journals, and then I'm fortunate to have those journals, our family's names, pictures, drawings, stuff like that. George Catlin's drawings. He kept, a journal. He told who the person was and stories about them. And so the other thing I could have brought was, but I have all these in the books I write are historic photographs. Back to the 1860s is when photography started for us. So I could show you a bunch of pictures of bows and arrows, and then I could have showed you some with weapons as well, rifles. And I do have a few at this table over here that I'll show you with that weaponry. So with Lewis and Clark then, met my family at Fort Pierre, and so one of the people over there that was recorded in Dakota history was a man named Black Buffalo. And I was just talking to some people earlier about Fort Pierre, and just a few years ago they had, I think it was maybe the 75th anniversary of the town and all that. But anyway, the State Historical Society honored, and I'm thinking it was 7, but it might have been 8 families, 7 or 8 families. So descendants of those families were invited to Fort Pierre for their big celebration. And here I'm coming from 2 of the families. I'm coming from the family of Black Buffalo, which is where Crazy Horse and Hump also descend from that. And actually I was the only one there representing the Black Buffalo family at the 3-day ceremonies there. The other person who there were quite a few of his descendants is my great-great-great-grandfather on the French side was Fred Dupree. And my hometown of Dupree is named for Fred. And he was the first inductee into the National Bison Association. I could have brought his plaque here for the first inductee into the Hall of Fame for saving buffalo from extinction. So, he had evolved to weapons as well. But just to show you the difference, then, a few years later after Lewis and Clark, and of course Black Buffalo is the one who tries to take one of the keel boats from Lewis and Clark, and they had very tense moments there that they describe in their journal. They go on up and push off from the bank, and they go up to the Mandans, one of those earth lodges, and they befriend the Mandan, and they spend the winter there with the Mandans, where they pick up Sacagawea, and she takes them on as a guide from there. But then George Catlin comes along in 1834. Now he's a good artist. He's sketching. I got some of his sketches over here, and of my family. In fact, some of my photo books start with sketches, because that precedes photography by a few years, at least 1830s by 30 years. So some of those are George Catlin and Karl Bodmer, the German artist. That's Karl with a K. Bodmer traveled up in a lot of areas, took some nice pictures, recorded everybody, kept journals, and so all of this is a proliferation of trade items, of guns and rifles, and so that's being mixed and distributed into our people with all of these. And then kind of fast forwarding a little bit, you get even the surrenders and all that from the wars, and then you've got big surrender weaponry, like as described when Crazy Horse surrendered at Fort Robinson. And Tom Beaker was a good friend of mine, used to be curator down there. And for years. And like Tom said, they was always trying to wonder, well, which rifle actually belonged to Crazy Horse that he surrendered? And I want to see that in the museum. And like Tom said, when they did that, they made one big pile of weapons, and they didn't record any to who's who and what. So anyway, that's maybe unfortunate for those people that'd like to see that. So anyway, now they're taking the weapons back. These are the weapons. You don't want the general public, I guess, having, arms and being on the reservation. There was also a government plan to get the horses away. They didn't want them mounted because that was a threat for leaving the agency. And when I think of leaving the agency, that was another way that they were dispersed, because our family by the 1850s had moved totally out of that area except for some visits like into the Black Hills, but not as often like to Fort Pierre at all. Where they were at was up here on the Tongue River, now called the Hostiles of Minnicoujou, of Hunkpapa, Itazipcho Lakota, Cheyenne, a few Arapaho from on the Tongue River. Up and down the Tongue River was the main beat from Miles City to Dayton, as well as patrolling and looking at the whole Powder River country, the Powder River Basin, all the way east of the Bighorns, clear down to Casper. And keep in mind, all of our family, I'm one half Cheyenne, so I'm never introduced as Cheyenne because it's on the male side, Lakota. That's how we trace. But I'm one half Cheyenne because both of the Humps married into Cheyenne. So they were very, distraught about like Sand Creek, that massacre that happened. And so this movement down to the south took place, and some of the first kind of retaliation was at Julesburg in northeastern Colorado, with cutting telephone wires and stuff like that. Some of those skirmishes, attacks on settlers, and then finally up to the Platte Bridge and Red Buttes with the Casper and the Platte River Bridge, all that, being involved in that. And then right up the road here from Crazy Woman on over to Fetterman by 66 to Wagon Box. And then with these weapons too, I was also thinking we could put Connor in there too. That's not part of our tribe, but that was an Arapaho up here with Connor's expedition, Powder River expedition of three groups that came in eastern and the middle and then the western out here. And Connor goes in to attack the Arapaho over here and at Ranchester, Dayton area. And so I was thinking about that with these weapons, because nobody had more experimentation than the native people with these weapons. I mean, they were trying different ammunition and shells and different, and often disastrous results. They probably knew more than anybody what would happen when you put this kind of shell and what happened. But there are several accounts of them running low on powder over there. I don't know if you ever heard that story. But in some of the skirmishing and fighting over there, one of the soldiers was like shot in the neck, and it just kind of stung, because they weren't putting much powder in there. And even the horses, they'd shoot at somebody, and all the horse did was just speed up pretty good by about 20 steps. But yeah, they were low on powder. So there was a lot of alteration. You could take the nice pictures of those rifles there, and most of them, like the Springfield Spencers especially, just imagine those barrels about cut in half, cut them off. Because with the bow and arrow, you had to be so maneuverable on the horse, which was also a new thing, 1740s coming in. Verandre Brothers, the horse, very, that's like technology. A lot of change, and you had to maneuver in battle around the horses and off the horse leaning, and they said Crazy Horse at some of these decoys was almost clear under the horse, you know, showing off, performing. You had to look good in your finery, and what are you going to do with that big Springfield? You know, that's like pole vault or something off your horse. But anyway, those guns were altered a lot, so we see pictures of those and little, you know, brass tacks and decoration and fringes and some buckskin and with all that, you know. So with the surrenders then, and I said like stockpiling all of that weaponry, now there's a time to choose an Indian police. Who of the people are going to be chosen as Indian police? So now we have a formula for issuing certain rifles and everything to what's called the Indian police. So then they govern the reservation, and it's kind of odd because the Indian police were so big, there were so many of them to help the agent, and they had their weapons. But you know, by today's standards, there's very few policemen in ratio to how many there were then. And of course, they were all in soldier suits and in uniform. So my grandfather, Fred Dupree, then he came from, of course, Paris, and then Quebec, Montreal, on down. So you know, there's a lot of contact there and some intermarriage even with native. And then St. Louis becomes the hub right there. St. Louis is the place where they get all their wagons west, ammunition and everything. So that's a proliferation as well. And Fred, my grandfather, will come up to Fort Pierre, and he'll work for Pierre Choteau. And early trade. So that time period for him is about 1850s. He'll be there, and the reason he was in the Buffalo Hall of Fame is because they captured calves and then preserved them and then raised them and built a herd when there are still no fences. And then another way too that a lot of firearms came into our area was with the trading. Now there's one group of Hispanic people among Lakota, and if you go down places like Pine Ridge and Rosebud, you know, you look at the family names, Lopez and Hernandez and stuff like that, and a lot of them were blanket traders. So the agent at the reservation, first the agency, then it evolves to reservation, has to have all these supplies. So first of all, we got to feed them. So that's where the cattle drives start in, and I could talk quite a while on that, but I'll just mention a couple things. But then the blanket traders, they needed blankets, and the blankets were coming out of New Mexico area, and a lot of Hispanic coming up by route from like Colorado and up to the agencies, and then these blankets would go to the agency, and then they're issued to the native people because they're dependent on the government for food and shelter. They're not able to hunt anymore to have any of the weaponry and things like that. So it's a people without weapons. So then the weapons would come back with service, like in World War I and things like that. You know, the first wars. So with the people then that came in as the first settlers or cattle drives for our area was the Matador Cattle Company. And the Matador was one of the really huge areas in the Dakotas. And this is before, like people in my area, they always talk about, oh, these certain, you know, cattle companies, how big they were, but they were nothing compared to the size of these foreign people, foreign companies that had like the Matador. And this one little town on the Missouri River became the largest cattle export point in the U.S. And they had this area where our land is on Cheyenne River, and they said, today they call it the 7 Mile Strip. And so they were bringing in weapons there, different types of guns and all that, the cattlemen, but they said, wow, that is big. Imagine 7 miles of fenced land, because there were no fences. So they put up this fence, and then the east side of it was the Missouri River, and then they had a pontoon, and they took the cattle across on a ferry boat. But what people don't realize is that the fence was 77 miles long and 7 miles wide. And that was the only fencing that there was. And so part of the fence went on some of my family's land, and today I guess it's really rare that even some fencing from there. I've got some access to some fence that's from there, and they said, you better get it because nobody has any of that kind of fencing. So anyway, those were all influences and avenues that brought people weaponry in. And I know even with the Battle of Little Bighorn and Rosebud and stuff like that, we had some big suppliers out of Fort Peck for some reason. And up there's an Assiniboine Sioux is what they call that. And at one point, our Dakota in eastern South Dakota, through different migrations kind of, ended up out there. So they were family too. And I even talked to people in Alberta and Saskatchewan, in northern part, that had something to do with weaponry and supplying and helping with the arms and ammunition. And they didn't want to be known for that because they feared repercussion. So with that, then, those are just some of the ways weapons came in. I've got a picture over here. Actually, I'll maybe have Danny look at it. It's supposedly Touch the Cloud. He's from our family, with a Remington rifle and a Colt 45 pistol. He's listed there as Crazy Horse's bodyguard. That picture was taken about the time Crazy Horse was killed. He's seated, and he's holding the Remington, and he's got the Colt in his hand. And then my grandfather, Hump, had a 1866 Winchester Yellow Boy, so I have a picture of him with a Winchester. And then I have, for the traditional side, which I'm not going to go into because you know what a bow and arrow is, but I have a whole history on, I'm a bow maker. So I've got some bows and arrows and arrow heads over here, and a pipe, tomahawk, flint blade knife. We have knives from the Smithsonian that were returned. They're big deer bone shoulder blade, and they're cut out of that. Really, they're sharp, and they've got rawhide sheaths. And the Smithsonian, they named them. They're written on there. One of them says Crazy Horse. One of them says High Backbone, the name for Hump. And the biggest knife of all of them was Touch the Cloud, because he's 6'10". And there's also Bigfoot, who is known as Spotted Elk from our family, killed at Wounded Knee. And then the other one says Worm. That's Waglula. That's Crazy Horse's father, after he gave his name. So we do have, these old weaponry, and I did bring one bow and arrow in that's never been out, and it's from a significant history line and battles. So any questions from this? Yes.
In the northern Midwest, were the Lakota slower to adopt the firearms because of culture and heritage, or was it more of a trade routes from the east had to go through your Lakota?
Well, they had a lot of access to it, and a lot of it was even a matter of choice. It seemed like some of the traditionists liked the old style. Some of them even said, "Oh, we can fire these arrows quicker than loading these pistols and all that." And there are even some stories about Crazy Horse not wanting to use metal or iron at all. So everything was, natural made. And my bows are made out of Osage orange, and that's the wood that the humps used for bow making. It was traded from the South Republican River area, and so all the books would say they're ash bows or whatever. So it's an art as far as the sinew and the backing and all that. Here's one of the skullcracker here. I've got a 1879 photo of Hump that's in the Little Bighorn Museum. He's got a skullcracker like this that he's holding in the picture by L.A. Huffman. And he used that in the Little Bighorn battle, and it was also buried with him later. But this would have a sinew strip around here with a handle, and then used on horseback. But you want to be able to maneuver on that horse and twist and turn and run in circles, and the soldiers were no match for that. So it really was a combination of not only weaponry but the style, and really they were no match for, they're used to going out from Civil War, and you march forward and you all get shoulder to shoulder and ready, aim, fire, and you go forward, and that didn't work out here at all, and Custer was one of the first ones that found out. Yes? Yeah, yes.
So even like make bows like as a hobby, people like sell bows.
I don't sell very many, but they're kind of sacred. I'll tell you what, if I can, I'll use my classroom voice, step away from that. I make flutes. So because I'm known as a flute maker and I made over 700 of them, that keeps me busy. But this particular bowl here is out of Osage orange. I just won a prize on this less than a month ago over Rapid City. You could Google the POP, American Indian Festival over there. And so also these were used with a draw knife, like with two antlers, and then a sinew like this wrapped across with a flint blade. And then you draw this towards you, draw knife. Use the draw knife. You can get one at Menards too. You make these by different rings here. You shave off, and you keep those matched there. So let me show you a few things here real quick. And then this here is also Osage orange, and this is like a hunting bow here. And like I said, you didn't see me do that because you're not supposed to string the bow like that. With Osage orange, it doesn't matter. You didn't have to sinew back these real tediously and to strengthen them, and so other bows could malfunction or not work right in damp weather and wet, and these were always ready to go. And this is the one that nobody's seen, hardly me. I've never seen this bow. So this is more the size on horseback. So there are two bows that I possess. I'm the keeper of that are from important areas, and one of them is described in a book of mine, and there's a picture of it. And I got it from the Custer family in Monroe. I spoke at Custer Week. They have a big celebration where they celebrate the life of Custer every year, so I was kind of wondering what was going to happen to me when I went over there. Well, they're real nice people, and I met Custer family. They still live there. One of them has a shop still right on Main Street, right across. But the last day I was there, they brought this bow in, and they said it was not unlike this one. And they said, this bow belongs with you. They said the widows brought this back from Fort Abraham Lincoln when they all went home after the Little Bighorn Battle defeat. And they don't know whose it is. They just know it's from Lakota country. And so that bow, I loaned it to the Timberlake Area Museum, which straddles the Cheyenne River and Standing Rock reservations. So, and this one here has never been out, and it can't be. So I don't know if there's photography or tape, but this is not supposed to be shown at all. And neither is this one here is okay. It's contemporary. It's a bow, and then of course flint napping is an art. The sinew is also off the back of the animal. Peel this off, and I also teach like quill work, bead work. You can split this into the finest for sewing string or rope or your bowstrings. Rope, braid that. I've even seen people tow a truck with this. They didn't have anything else, and they had a bunch of sinew. So you can imagine the importance of string, rope, all of that, all natural from the buffalo. And then this is a sample of raw hide, leather in its natural form. And then once it's softened, rain tan, from the animal itself, it becomes the soft buckskin type for men's shirts, women's dresses, and all that. And then I do have an old one here, and you put a little decoration on it, whatever you want to use on that. This one's never been out either. So this is like a real one. This is a metal tip here. I'm going to actually put some, they use buffalo horn for glue. So they put the flutes, you know, and that, they put that together. So I am going to just repair that. And then, let's see, these are from my family here. Spear points and a knife here. These are from Nebraska, where some of our camps were here. And this was framed. There was a newspaper in there too, and the frame was from the 1880s. The Nebraska town, and the ads in there were funny. There was an ad, and here was like a chair, and what it was an early woman's hair dryer, and it had looked like a little Peloton here, Jetsons or something, and the faster you pedal, the faster it went. So I have those, and I have these here as well from our family. There are some spear points, arrowheads from the Black Hills. This one here is a buffalo bone awl, a dendrochronology dated to 1,100 years old. And this came from an area on the Belfouche River. And they said, well, all the Rigorah, Menden, and Dasa are on the Missouri River with their pottery and all that, and crops and tobacco. And there's nothing out west, western South Dakota. We know they didn't exist out there. Well, they moved the State Archaeological Center out to the west to concentrate on new types of artifacts because they were getting a repeat on the Missouri River. Same kind of pottery, which, by the way, is the same pottery that's right here at Lake DeSmet and at Sheridan on the west. I have pieces of it, and it's exactly the same Hidatsa pottery because that's the Hidatsa Lakota Pro connection to the Hidatsa. and there wasn't always pottery out here. But anyway, the Belfouche River on this, the first thing they find is a fortified village. It's like, no, they don't exist, but they did. Fortified village with posts on 3 sides. The side that's not fortified is the river. In this case, the river was the Belfouche River. It's the Missouri River. They still don't know who the people were. They had different characteristics. They throw their messy stuff, like their junk pile, right over the fence. They're reading everything. Where on the Missouri River, they took their stuff further away. There's fence posts, still not a fence post, but a post fortification. So they looked at all that wood. This is a contemporary item here, but it would be functional for throwing back on this year. So another trade item that's popular with the traders, because not only as a weapon, but they knew the native people liked tobacco. So as I stand over there, they can fight first and then sit down and have a smoke afterwards. It's got a hole down through here. And this is a flint blade knife. Here we have it. So the ones from the Smithsonian were about this wide and about this long. Hutchins' knife was about this long. And then the 2 photos I have. Here's my grandfather here, Winchester. Family picture here. And then the one from the Little Bighorn. It's in the museum, but it's just hump. This is the original with his wives. One of the Little Bighorn is propped up, but here's the skull tracker here, which is just like this one. He used this in the battle. I said this was 3 years after the Little Bighorn, and he's got a hat here on his knee. But that then it says hump. You've seen that somewhere. So you're welcome to look at any of that, and if you have any other final questions, but I did have all that, because I have some arrowheads as well. Yes?
The items that were returned from Smithsonian, when was that, and where are those housed?
Those are housed at Cheyenne River with our, what's called the estate of Crazy Horse. They were returned to what's called the estate of Crazy Horse. So those are proven descendants, and it's kind of a closed group that you have to have a family tree and to get into that. And yeah, they were like repatriated.
And when was that?
Those came back, well, they've been back for probably, I'd say 15 years. It's too bad because we don't have a place for cultural stuff. They come out at our meetings right now, so like we were going to have a meeting with the family. We all have a circle here. Let's do a night like that. And then those knives will be here on the big bed stage. And this is also, the bow has also been purified through ceremony as well before I brought that bow and that arrow. And then also, they even have women that fly swatter, buffalo tail as a fly swatter. Here's a navel, stew, meat, my Cheerios. Throw them over there, I haven't missed any of them. Okay, any other questions? And then I have books as well, which have, like I said, I could have pictures of some of the weaponry. A lot of the Washington delegation stuff, no weapons. I wanted to close by at least saying that 50% of American Indians are veterans in U.S. wars. And no ethnic group in America comes close to that figure. And I've been over to Fort Knox and Germany bases, Paris, and talked about this veteran connection thing to the U.S., you know, and some were even fighting for the U.S. without citizenship. But it was announced through the President's office. Again, I'm not doing any politics, but about less than a month ago, my quote or whatever was used by the President referring to American Indians as veterans, that 50% of American Indians are veterans in the U.S. war. After you say it enough, it comes out, comes around. I checked the stats, you know, when I was at Fort Knox, CNN was saying the different stats that they had checked numbers right across the screen. So it helps to get the word out, and it helps to, I have a PowerPoint with John Harrington, who's from the military part. He's a NASA astronaut. So he's in his, it looks like somebody on the moon. He's in his astronaut. And have kids look at that. What? That's American Indian? That's not an Indian. Don't look like Indian to me. But yeah, it is. Oh, here's Ira Hayes raising the flag at Iwo Jima. So that's how we have to move from that contemporary, traditional and contemporary, both. And so the weaponry very much like that too. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Carrie Edinger from the Sheridan Community Land Trust. She's the Historic Program Manager. And Mike Uzara, who's president of the Bighorn City Historical Society, and he's on the board of the Sheridan County Sportsmen Association. And again, thanks to the association for their support today. And he also operates Thunder Mountain Tours. So, Carrie and Mike.
Okay. Is Scott around? Okay. We are co-presenting on cattle drives and early ranching in Sheridan County or the region. So I will be presenting the local regional history, and Mike will be talking about the firearms from that time period. So routes to move cattle and to take advantage of the open range grazing were traveled as far north as Canada. The routes that the leggy Texas Longhorns traveled were known as the Texas Trail. The Texas Trail entered Wyoming near Cheyenne, and then it headed north to Fort Laramie, Newcastle, on up to Upton and Moorcroft. And then it went west to the Powder River and Sheridan County. Well, it wasn't Sheridan County then, but the area that Sheridan County is in. During the travel process across the Great Plains, the herds were moved slowly to avoid a stampede. So cowboys were usually paid at the end of the ride, and some of them decided to go over where home was, or some of them stayed and started their own ranches. And in 1894, at the height of the traffic on the Texas Trail, it is estimated that 32,000 steers passed through the area, making the trip from Texas to Montana. And each herd averaged about 2,000 to 3,000 head. So in our area, and kind of looking at the Bozeman Trail area, one of the first cattle drives through northeastern Wyoming was by Nelson Story, as seen in this photo. So the story goes that Nelson Story made his fortune of $10,000 from a claim in the Alter Gulch Strike, which was in Virginia City, Montana Territory. In 1866, he headed to Fort Worth, Texas, And at this time, Texas was overrun with cattle because a lot of the cowboys were all fighting the Civil War. So it is believed that Story took a similar route to the Bozeman Trail route to get his cattle herd up to Montana. And he was warned of crossing the Crow tribe territory because that was their land designated from the 1851 Fort Laramie Treaty. And they made it across, and Story returned to Montana's Gallatin Valley with 1,000 head of cattle, as well as getting a good look at Wyoming, which, as we know, has a ranching history. Go ahead. I can move this slide. I'm talking to Mike.
I may or may not need a microphone. What do you think?
Okay.
Doing okay? Yep. All right. This Griswold revolver was built by the Griswold Ironworks in the Confederate South because they couldn't get their hands on any real steel. The cylinder and the barrel and everything are made of iron, which is rather soft, and the rest is brass. So you will see this if you ever saw the series Hell on Wheels. That guy used the Griswold in there, and there were a lot of people who were pretty sharp on that. As they went down through there, people remarked, I went on a site that said, that wasn't the Griswold he was using in the other scene, it's a different one. So these people were pretty sharp on this stuff.
And that was made in Atlanta?
It was made during the Civil War in the South by the Griswold Ironworks.
What state?
In Mississippi, I believe.
Okay.
Yeah. Either Mississippi or Alabama. So, that tells the story of that pistol. There's a little one there, Colt Walker. In a report that I have on the Shirley skirmish that happened on Prairie Dog here, not too far, actually close to Sheridan. Lieutenant Shirley remarks about an incident where he's on one side of the wagon and there's an Indian on the other side. He called them Cheyennes. He misspelled it in the report. And they're doing one of these things on both sides of the wagon. Close, the fighting was that close. And so at one point, the Indian saw Shirley's foot, and he fired an arrow into it, which went through his instep and came out the bottom of his boot, and then came around the end of the wagon. And Shirley shot him with one of those things. That's a 54 caliber thing, and it probably had 60 grains of powder in it. Probably tore that Indian in half. But anyway, that ended that fight there. And I made a report on the Shirley skirmish, and it goes into detail whether it didn't happen there. But that's Shirley said he used his words were an old-fashioned horse pistol. And this was called a horse pistol, not because it took a horse to carry it. It was the most powerful handgun until that point that could actually kill a horse. Yeah, I mean, outright, it was pretty powerful. Do we have another slide? Okay, this one. I'm going to talk about firearms that were particular to Sheridan County and the community here. This is a double-barrel shotgun. It was made in Belgium, and it was found in the homestead of a fellow by the name of Parky Dow. When he died, they cleaned out his house, and they found this thing standing in the corner. And it's in my in-laws' collection there on Dutch Creek, which is east of Sheridan. We don't know what's down in the bottom of those barrels. It might be loaded. Nobody's willing to put a cap on there and try it out or anything else. So it's safely in the closet where kids can't get their hands on it. And sometime in the future, it might be wise to go take something and drill down in there and see if the barrels are actually empty. And no one's going to fire it because those barrels were not made from modern techniques. It's called a Damascus barrel. And if you did try to fire it with modern powder, that barrel would probably turn into a giant slinky. It just all come apart.
Well,
So-
it was made in Belgium, the steel was probably good.
Yeah, it was made in Belgium. It didn't have the maker's name, but it had little, when you take the forestock off, it had little crowns, fancy cartouche underneath there. And we suspect it was made in Belgium. Probably cost all $3 or $4 to come out this way. It was a percussion cap, and it was a very good thing for a homesteader to have. It was cheap. You had 2 barrels. You could put rock in there. You could put birdshot or anything else, and you could get yourself a deer or a pheasant or whatever. So that's one of the firearms made it out here that actually, rather than self-protection, probably was a good game getter until something better came along.
And then we're going to move into early ranching. So early Wyoming ranching and water history for southeastern Sheridan County. The Clear Creek Valley region is known for one of the earliest ranches, which is the Pratt and Ferris Ranch, and also early water rights as well. So they extended their cattle operation in the late 1870s from Sidney, Nebraska, and they established cattle and hay production in 2 areas known as Big Red, which is present-day Ucross, now the Ucross Foundation Artist Residency, and Big Corals, which is east of Claremont. So where the green arrow is Pratt and Ferris. So the majority of the land was acquired by desert land entries of 1862 and the Homestead Act. And the Desert Land Act promoted the economic development of the arid and semi-arid public lands of the western states. So the partnership for Pratt and Ferris Cattle Company, they started out as a freighting business, and they freighted goods to the mine camps of the Black Hills, and then became the biggest shipping freight in northwest Nebraska. But by 1879, they moved beyond freighting to new opportunities of cattle. So there's 2 beginning ranches established on the North Platte River, and then in the 1870s, they extended their operation to Clear Fork, which is now known as Clear Creek. So the company was started all by Chicago investors. So these are the 2 main investors, James H. Pratt, and then Levi Z. Leiter. Other partners were Cornelius Ferris, Marshall Field, as in the big Marshall Field retail store that started in Chicago, and Mr. Robert M. Fair. So what ended the Pratt and Ferris Cattle Company is when Levi Leiter passed away, his son was like the main businessman at that time, and he decided to file a lawsuit against the main holders of the cattle company and also his family. So that there's 2 discrepancies of how long that lawsuit went on from 2 different newspapers, so I'm not 100% sure yet. But that is all we have. And then this is one of the famous pictures of the cowboys from Pratt and Ferris. Yes. So that is it for local ranching history.
At some point, I came across some information, I tried to find it again, that the Pratt and Ferris Company bought a box of pistols and a case of rifles for their cowboys, but I could not locate it.
Yes, and I was looking too in the Wyoming room. I haven't come across that yet. So more to come. Research is always developing. Yeah.
Well, looking at the amount of money that people made in those days, buying a new pistol and a rifle was a considerable investment. So,
Just needed though.
yeah, you might know, yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thanks, guys.
I'd like to introduce Rick Newton. Rick has 30 years in education and served 11 years on our board of directors for the Fort Phil Kearny Bozeman Trail Association. He's a member of the Wyoming State Historical Society and the Johnson County Historical Society, and is a history enthusiast and also, I am told, a Winchester enthusiast. Rick, thank you for coming. Welcome.
So you can move the arrow down and we'll change your slide. Yep.
Thank you. That was very interesting. The talks before me, and many of you probably know a lot more about Winchesters than I do because it's been a hobby of mine, and also a collector, an old friend got me into collecting, not telling me how much it cost. So anyway, I'm going to start off. Did I bring? I didn't bring my notes. Just a second. I'm not nervous. I'm going to talk a little bit about the Winchester as far as the progression and going from the early ones up to the present day Winchesters, and mostly lever action Winchesters. The first thing I'll talk about is the name Oliver F. Winchester. He was born in 1881, and he was a very inventive, great businessman, made a lot of money doing a lot of things before he even got into the rifle business. And he believed in perfection and perseverance, and that led to a lot of his success. But the first actually repeating rifle was a person named Hunt, and it was very antiquated, not a very good rifle, and not done well. And so after that, after Hunt had along came Horace Smith and Daniel Wesson, from the name you know, Smith & Wesson. And then another inventive person, Tyler Henry, and that's where of course the Henry rifle name came from. But they introduced the 44 caliber, and this Henry was very inventive and really a sharp person. And so they come up with this Henry rifle, which was, and I don't have a picture of it. I think Mr. Michael had a picture of it up there. But so from the Henry rifle then, and people, they formed what they call the Volcanic Arms Company, Smith and Wesson and Henry. And that's when Winchester come into the picture. He invested in the Volcanic Arms Company, and he actually was owned more stock than anybody else in the company. And the company ran on hard times, and so it ended up having financial difficulties and moving into receivership. And that's when they all turned all the assets of the Volcanic Company over to Winchester, who happened to be also on the board of directors. So he ended up with the company. He changed the name to the New Haven Arms Company, and he still had, it's interesting about him, a lot of people contributed to his rifles, and he didn't have a lot of patents himself, but all these people got patents. Like Henry had a patent, but he worked for Winchester, and Winchester used his patent and so forth. So anyway, along come the Henry rifle, because he stuck with Winchester when he took over the Volcanic Company and changed it to the New Haven Company. And then they expanded after, to become a little more successful. They expanded their caliber to 30 caliber and 40 caliber. And then at that time, the Henry rifle kind of come onto the scene, And because of the inventions and so forth that Tyler Henry had come up with, this rifle come up, and actually the Henry rifle, there were a few used, because it was 1860, there were a few used in the Civil War, and one of the expressions come out of the South was, "Them damn Yankees, they load them up on Sunday and fire them all week long." And that was one of their expressions that they came up with about the Henry rifle. So then, with the new improvements, then come the 1866 rifle. And that's what's up there right now, the picture. And they had, it was real inventive, a real progression, because if you notice, this part was a big movement, and an inventor named King come up with the King loading mechanism. So now you didn't have to take you didn't have to take the whole spring out of the magazine to load it. So now you could load it from the side through that. Also, it had the a brass receiver, and that's where it got the name Yellow Boy. And then they also locked. It had this lock down the lever. And one of the real downfalls of that rifle was that it had an open. See where this was open, and dust would collect, moisture would collect, and so the rifle sometimes wouldn't function very well. So again, Winchester put Henry and some of his other people that worked for him into trying to innovate something that would work. And so then they come up with the 1873, and this was a big movement. The 1873, because the receiver now was made out of steel, and they come in three different kind of models. They had the short one is called a carbine, and it was easier to handle. The longer one was called a rifle, and I don't have the musket. They also made a musket which had the forearm go all the way to the end of the barrel, and also you could fit a bayonet on and so forth. But so that was the 1873, and as you can see, the shorter one is a carbine, and they had a ring on them. A carbine come with a ring on the other side, and that was so you could tie it to your saddle horn with a strap or whatever. Then after that, and I'll show you this is an 1876, and they made the 1876 because they needed a heavier load, a more powerful rifle, and some of the 1876 come in a 45-75, which was a pretty heavy load in those days. And of course it had the center fire cartridge, and the thing that was important about the center fire cartridge in those days is, as an owner, you could reload your own cartridge, and they could eventually shoot smokeless powder, and you could buy a reloader for $5. And so a lot of people did just reload their own. And then the other thing about these rifles, in the calibers of 44 and 38, they could carry a pistol made by Colt or Smith & Wesson and use the same shell, the same bullet. And so that was another thing about them. And also these rifles, the 73 and the 76, had a trap door in the butt, plate, and that's there are certain calibers you could come with a cleaning rod, and it would be in that part of it. And it's very hard today to find a collection of one that has a cleaning rod still in it. I don't know what they did with them. But anyway, the 76 had the heavy caliber 45-75, and it was called the Centennial model, of course, because it's 1876, 100 years.
How long is that barrel?
They were 20, it varies, and you could order them at different lengths, but I think probably 26, 26, I think. 24 was the carbine, usually, and but they varied too. And as Mr. Sprague said, it was interesting. They cut a lot of rifles off. You know, it was hard sometimes to find originals because they would cut them off. I mean, everybody would cut them off to just make them handier. So. They also, the 76, you could order heavy barrels because of the heavy loads, and they called it the Buffalo Barrel as a nickname. And then, and I'm not going to, one of the other things about the 76 that's interesting, I think, is they come with sights, the elevation sights that go up to 1,000 yards, and they also could come with windage adjustments. And the U.S. or the Canadian Mounted Police adopted the 76 as their official rifle back in those days. And even today, the Mounted Police carry Winchester's Model 70 in a 308 cartridge. So all these years, they've still kept the Winchester as their official. Then they did make, in 1885, Winchester did make a single shot, and they call it a high wall and a low wall. And I won't get into that much other than that the low wall was a heavier magazine, so they could shoot heavier loads, basically. And but it was a single shot. And then along come the 1886. Oh, this is what I was going to show you about the, I want to back up here. On the 76 and the 73, I showed you they had that opening on the 66, and they got dirt and dust and stuff in it. Well, the new ones come with a dust cover. This thing would slide forward, and so it would cover the magazine and help keep the dust and moisture and stuff out. And that picture's on the 76. And then this is 1886. Again, the 86 come along. It was a big improvement because it had a solid mechanism. And again, heavier loads. It'd come in like, I want to say 10 or 15 different calibers. It really was versatile, and you could order it different ways. And then if you look at this, it's got a half magazine on it. And again, those things are probably, you special order them, and people wanted them because it made the rifle a little lighter, but of course it wouldn't hold as many shells. And again, it's got the King reloading system on it. And then this is what was the most impressive improvement. Because this is solid now. And it needs to lock that bolt action in. And so you put heavier loads in it. And in one action, everything worked. You didn't have to worry about taking it too far or not far enough or whatever. But anyway, so the 86 was a big improvement over the Winchesters. And I think it came in like a 50-110 Express, which is a pretty stout bullet and shell. And a lot of these 50 calibers were shipped overseas. You didn't find a whole bunch of 50 calibers in the States because they were shipped to countries where they hunted elephants and tigers and that sort of thing. And so, but they come in some really heavy loads. The fact is, Winchester come up with a Model 71, and it was in the caliber of .348 Winchester centerfire, and they said that it didn't last long because it had so much recoil that people couldn't use it or didn't want to use it or whatever. But anyway, that was a Model 71, and it was an offshoot of the 86. And then the next one that come along was the 92, and the 92 was really one that was probably more preferred than the rest because it was light. It had a light shell, a 25-20 or a 32-20, and people thought it was just a good gun to have around because anybody could use it, and they used it for varmints and things like that. So it wasn't as if it was made for hunting big game, but it was used for varmints. Good thing to have around the place is what they'd say. That's the way they advertised it. And then in 1894, the 94 model come out, and it really was a big hit. And its design incorporated all the improvements and all the good things that Winchester had done over the years. And these three are all 94s, and there's differences. The one on your right is a carbine. The one in the middle has a real short half magazine, and then the one on the left is also a carbine. And the 30-30, which, you know, there was some expressions that come out of Winchester, like the gun that won the West. Well, the 30-30 was said they called it a deer rifle, basically, and it's sold. I don't know how many, but it was very, very, very popular, very popular. And some of the things that you could get with Winchester in special order is the short magazines. You could have it engraved. You can have different sights put on them, different stocks, mostly walnut stock, but you could get a swirl walnut stock if you wanted something fancy. And of course barrels, you can get heavier barrels or lighter barrels by special order and so forth. It was, you know, they did a lot of different things. They'd have basically a model that you could go down to the store and buy, but if you want any of these other things, you might have to. And one of the cute things about it, they used to say you could order them with a peak sight. Instead of a peep sight, they used the word peak. And I thought that was kind of interesting. And now, of course, we say peep. And also, and there's that's a 94 XTR 22, and that's a modern one. And the difference here is in the 22 calibers that they make and made, they still load. They still load through the magazine, or the magazine through you have to pull the lever out and you load it underneath instead of through the receiver. So that's loaded underneath. And that is a modern day, basically, it's a 94 22 XTR. And then going on about Winchester a little bit, they did make the shotguns. In 1887, they started the shotgun, and you saw a picture of that earlier. They had the roll steel barrels and their lever action, and they only came originally in 10 gauge and 12 gauge. And they would have a 5-shot magazine, and then and usually with a pistol grip. And then, as was pointed out earlier, they come sometime with a 20-inch barrel, and they were called a riot gun and so forth. And then in 1901, the model come out with just a 10 gauge. It was just 10 gauge, and these are again shotguns, and they're all lever action. And as you will see in a minute, that was kind of the end of the Winchester shotguns. Was the lever action had changed to the pump. People were making a pump, Remington and some other companies, and it became much more popular than the lever action. And then one of the last lever action rifles I want to talk about is a 1895 lever action, and its magazine, it wasn't a tube type. Its magazine was in the receiver, and it would hold 5 to 7 shells. And again, it was a heavy rifle, but again, it was lever action. And down the road, that was probably what caused the Winchester Corporation to go into receivership, which it did. And then in 1931, the Olin Corporation bought out Winchester, keeping all the patents and everything. And still to this day, of course, Winchester still made shotguns, and they're highly regarded. And then this is a modern day. These are two rifles that are model 70s Winchesters, and that's what they make today. And the bolt action took over the lever action, and it's same way as the pump took over the lever action in the shotguns.
Isn't that the gun that fires by itself?
Automatic? No.
Oh, it's a questionable design. Is that the one?
Oh, no, these aren't. No, these are modern day, and they have all the safety. Yeah, they have all the safety. So basically, that's what I wanted to talk about, and might not have been very interesting, but it was fun. So, thank you.
That call order for the magazine on the 22, there must be hundreds of them laying in the grass all over the countryside, because when you shot out the last bullet, it released the spring tension in there, and you tipped the barrel down and it went out.
Yeah. Well, thank you.
All right, thanks, Rick. Our next speaker is H.B. Puckett. He's a retired naval officer, history major, and firearms enthusiast. HB will present on the Kentucky and what I actually mistakenly called the Pennsylvania rifle this morning when we were standing there. Thanks, HB. Come on up.
I actually brought a specimen of each one of the firearms I want to talk about, but I want to point out that either one of them are in operable condition. When we're done, you're welcome to come up and grab a hold of one, regardless of its inoperability. Please always keep it pointed in the same direction. I'll just lay it up against the wall here for a second. I have pictures of them on this, so I don't have to be picking them up.
Okay.
All right.
Right arrow to move forward.
All right, thanks. Hi, everybody. And excellent job, Rick, and all you folks. I'm looking forward to meeting as many people. Okay, I know that Danny talked a little bit about the Plains rifle. I'm going to talk about that, but first I want to talk about its ancestor, the Kentucky rifle. And there's a lot of discussion about, well, first of all, these are firearms that you might have typically found among the earlier people in the this part of the country, trappers, traders, travelers, and some of the early settlers. All right. So the ancestor of the Plains rifle, which we'll talk about in a minute, it's commonly called the Kentucky rifle. Now, I'll tell you that most of the early ones, and most of the early ones were built and originated by German gun makers in Pennsylvania. So in recent years, people have said, hey, you got to call it the Pennsylvania rifle. It's a Pennsylvania rifle. Well, that's absolutely true. So a generic name for it has become the American long rifle, because that's basically what it is, and it's an American, not a purely American design. The ancestor of this rifle was the Jaeger rifle. The German rifle makers came over, gun makers came over, settlers came over, and a lot of them settled, as we know, in Pennsylvania and the upper Midwest. And so those gun makers started making their Jaeger rifles, spelled Jaeger, I think I'm pronouncing it. Am I pronouncing it right, Jaeger? Okay. Anyway, well, the Jaeger rifle is really very much like what our Plains rifle is. So there was an advancement for one reason, and then the design returned to the Plains rifle, which is very much like a Jaeger rifle. We'll talk about that. So they came over from Germany and they were building guns, and they realized, first of all, powder was scarce and expensive. Lead was scarce and expensive when they first got over here. And we didn't have, other than eastern elk, there wasn't a lot of giant game in the eastern United States. There was no reason to have a large caliber. So, or few reasons to have a large caliber. So some of the changes that they made was they went to a smaller bore, which conserved both lead and powder, okay? And with that, you needed, so you wanted to have a longer bore for accuracy, but also they learned that if you burned all the powder, you got more velocity out of the weapon. So even with a smaller caliber, you could get a lot of power in your shot because you had higher velocities. Some of these guns fired up close to 2,000 feet per second, which was pretty doggone fast for a bullet back then. It became a distinct design basically around 1750. After the Battle of New Orleans, and I don't know the name of the song, but there was a famous song that came out because the Battle of New Orleans was a huge turning point in American history. It put us on the world stage, really. And I don't know the song, but they talked about Andy Jackson and his Kentucky Rifleman, even though as a Tennessean, I think it should have called it. But because of that, it became called colloquially as a Kentucky rifle instead of a Pennsylvania rifle. And the Pennsylvanians don't like that, but it's kind of stuck. I would, of course, being from Tennessee, I'd call it a Tennessee rifle. So it was built, like I said, until the late 1800s, actually. It was actually built in Appalachia, but built in the Ohio River Valley. Talked about the bore. A wide range of game. You could shoot, turkey with it. You could shoot smaller birds if you didn't use too much powder and didn't blast it to smithereens, but you could use it against anything from squirrels all the way up to black bear. I'm sure, it killed a lot of deer, and I'm sure it probably killed a few eastern elk, but it may have taken more than one shot. Around 1830, or before 1830, the percussion cap came out, and you've seen pictures of the flintlock and the percussion cap lock. Around 1930, that pretty much most manufacturers, your gun makers, whether they were small time or big time, stopped making cap locks and started making flintlocks, although some did linger on. So it transitioned to cap lock around 1830. Many surviving examples are finely carved, engraved. They had ornate patch boxes. You can see the inlay along the forend, and almost all of them had the full-length wooden stock. This is an example of a fairly fine Kentucky rifle. And most of the pictures that you see from the surviving examples are fancy, with the big ornate brass patch box and inlay and nice carving and engraving and all this sort of stuff. Well, sort of like old houses or old automobiles, the ones that survive are the really nice ones, right? The ones that were discarded and junked over the years are gone. Okay, and so that's why so many of the photographs you see of Kentucky rifles, and to some degree Plains rifles, are fine, finely made rifles. But the fact is, most of them were I wouldn't say crudely made, but very, very, very plain. And the one that I'll show you here in a minute is one of those very plain rifles. Some people call them a blacksmith rifle. You may correct me, but I think a lot of blacksmiths that weren't really gun makers would buy barrels and locks and then build the rest of the gun themselves. But a lot of, mainline rifle makers would make a base model, like an entry-level, 64 Ford Falcon with a 4-cylinder and manual windows and whatever. That's kind of what this rifle is. So there's a picture of it with a period powder flask, and that's this weapon here. One of the things I want to point out, there's no way to really date this rifle. There are no markings on it in any way, but there are some ways to date it. One of the fact that it was originally a flintlock, so it's probably around or before 1830. It could be well before 1830 that this rifle was made, and many of the surviving old Kentucky and Pennsylvania rifles were actually used. If you've ever read the book called The Dark and Bloody Ground, I highly recommend it. It's all about the Indian fights in the Ohio River Valley. Fascinating book. There weren't many people that owned firearms out there that didn't have to use them in an Indian fight at one time or another. So that rifle may have some interesting stories to tell. But you'll notice the longer flintlock, there's a frizzen here that had a frizzen spring in that, so that flintlock came all the way up to about here. And if you look closely at this or examine the firearm, you'll see that there's been a patch of walnut. This is a walnut stock that's been carved and placed into there to take the space between where the flintlock lock was much longer, and the other side of the rifle has a minor change too from changing that to a flintlock. No way to know anything about this rifle. It's got a 46-inch barrel, which is pretty long by any measure, and it's 62 feet overall length, so it's up to here. If you come pick it up, it's a Hoss, about 36 caliber and it's a hexagonal rifling. It's pretty distinct. And it measures to me about 36 caliber. Okay, both an ancestor and a descendant of the Kentucky rifle is the Plains rifle. You can see a lot of similarities. Okay, it's got a hexagonal barrel. This particular one, that old, the next one I'll show you, you can see the curved butt plate. It was very popular to have that, and a lot of old Kentucky rifles did too, to have that little piece behind the trigger guard that gave you a little bit more of a pistol grip. So it descended from the Kentucky rifle in the early 1800s. Out west, you have bigger game. We talked about the trappers and stuff, horseback, and Donovan talked about the Indians shortened rifles so that they could handle them on horseback. Well, the same thing with this one. So for those reasons, for horseback carry and for a larger bore, they shortened the barrel and made it bigger so you can have bigger, a bigger bore and more powerful for larger game. So many of them had from flat to flat on the octagonal barrel was over an inch. This particular one that I have measures exactly an inch. So it's still a pretty heavy barrel. It's fun to hold. We talked about the Hawken brothers, Danny did talk about the Hawken brothers in St. Louis. They built a whole bunch of high quality rifles. Other makers did. They're by far the most famous. Where the Plains rifle is, basically say, well, that's a Hawken rifle, whether it's a Hawken or not. It's kind of like, I'm from Tennessee. If you're drinking a Coke, that could be anything from a 7-Up to a root beer to a Dr. Pepper or whatever. It's called a Hawken. Again, effective for larger game, elk, bison, grizzly. Around 1830, again, like the Kentucky rifle that transitioned to a cap lock. But as we've talked about the evolution of firearms, when breech loaders became popular, it became largely obsolete. But a lot of people today use it like, some people do for fun. The one that I have, first of all, let me point out that both of these rifles came with my family to Wyoming on the Oregon Trail. Let me translate that. My wife and I drove him out from Tennessee on Interstate 80. But it's still true. Okay. This is likely a Tennessee rifle. As mentioned on a previous slide, I have read that a number of the makers of the Plains rifles, Tennessee became a place that they used iron from Alabama, and they used expertise from Appalachian, Ohio River. So there were a lot of gun makers in Tennessee, and they made a lot of Plains rifles to be shipped out west in Tennessee. And this, my dad got this in Tennessee many years ago. So it's likely a Tennessee rifle, again, date and maker unknown. The barrel, so we talked about that Kentucky rifle's got a 46-inch barrel. This has about a 38-inch barrel. It's thicker, and it measures to me about 58 caliber. I can't detect any rifling in the gun. A lot of them just were used so much, and this gun's been used a lot. We're kind of shot out, and some people would bore them out and make them smooth bores, and with a smooth bore made out of a heavy barrel rifle, you wouldn't want to use it to hunt birds because you can't really swing it around very quickly if you need to. But a lot of them, when they were shot out, rather than buy a new gun, they would make them a round smooth bore, and they could shoot either a ball or a shot out of it. So it could have been used as a fowling piece. It could have just been used as a smooth bore. If in fact the rifling is gone, I can't detect any, but I haven't put a bore scope down in there, so I don't know. And it measures 58 caliber. That's it. You get questions about those? This one.
We have an important event in 2 weeks. How's that going to come out?
Oh. Okay. Where's my hat? I didn't know. He wore his Wyoming shirt. I wore my Tulsa hat. Tulsa is going to come up and beat Wyoming in a couple weeks. So, and we're going to be at the game together. Anyway, you're welcome when we're done to come up and heft those. Try not to cock either one of them. The hardware may fall out of the Kentucky rifle, but you're welcome to pick them up and hold them. And it's an interesting experience if you've never held one of them. That's all I got. Any questions? All right, appreciate it. Thanks.
Okay, thanks, HP. Hey, Mike, you're up again.
Up next year. Oh, look at this guy. What's he doing in there? You know who that is? Well, I'll tell you. A little backstory on this thing is that the Bozeman Trail back in the 50s, you could still see it from the air, where it went in and out of cultivated ground and everything. So fortunately, a couple of guys flew the whole Bozeman Trail and mapped it from the air. And then they went down to the starting of the Bozeman Trail, got a pack mule, and Glenn Swain and Mark Badgett got a pack mule and followed it on foot all the way. And they started picking up artifacts all along the way. Glenn got sidetracked because he kept finding Spanish artifacts. He followed this around. Some of these guys got up here in the late 1500s to the early 1600s looking for gold. And they got clear up through this way. They found evidence of that. Found a Toledo sword in a garden in Dayton, Wyoming. Okay? They even sent the blade back to Smithsonian, and they removed the patina, and they got the conquistador's name and where it was made and everything. So they had proof that they got this far. They went a little further, went through Pryor, went around to the Big Horn Basin, and over there near Orland in about the 1930s, this sheepherder ran an animal, a badger or something, down into kind of a little cave thing. And he was going to chase him out, and he threw a rock in there instead of going thud, it went clank. So he climbed down in there and he found the skeletons, arrows, breastplates, helmets, and an arquebus rifle. So the Spaniards did get up here. This is the first firearm that actually verified that ended up in Wyoming. So the sad part of that is that the sheepherder gathered up all this stuff and took it down to his boss's house and piled it on the porch. Somebody came along and said, "What are you going to do with that?" The guy said, "Well, I don't know. Not worth anything to me." So he gave him $10 and hauled it off. We don't know where it went. But that was probably the first firearm in Wyoming. So, all right, here's a Wilmot, side by side. Now this one was made in Belgium between 1888 and 1900. It is a, I think that was a percussion cap. Do we have another picture of that thing? Do we have the end of it? Yeah. Okay, it was a cartridge gun. It was a 12-gauge shotgun and a 38-55. This is called the drilling. They call these. Some came in 2 barrels and some came in 3 barrels. So I've seen a 3-barrel one with 2 shotgun barrels on top and a rifle barrel underneath. But this was a pretty handy thing to have around the ranch. You could shoot your pheasants or you could shoot your elk or whatever else. By the way, a 38-55 was actually a pretty powerful cartridge for its time. You took a big long cartridge on there and it would achieve somewhere around 1,200 feet. So it would reach out there quite a ways. This one was ended up in Sheridan. I'm talking about local guns here now, by the way, in private collection. Can we go to the next one? Okay. Now this one here came up here. The soldier's name was, my brother researched it. He has this rifle. It came up here to Wyoming from probably the east someplace, of course. The guy was a Union soldier. His name was George Washington McKinney. We think he was a freed slave. He found that the Army actually gave him his rifle in lieu of his last week's pay. It's a percussion cap muzzleloader. It ended up in Sheridan, Wyoming. On a close-up there, if you could read it, his name is scratched into the stock over there. So where it went after that, whoever had it, it ended up in a second-hand store. And whatever happened to the guy, I don't know. But there's some ammunition, 58 caliber balls. And you might take a little side trip here to explain why when Herb Howes, the previous gun guy from the Cody Museum, that Danny Michaels took his job. Herb Howes wrote a book on that indicated all of the firearms that were sold out in this area, when and how many and what kind. And we find that clear up into the 1890s, percussion cap rifles and pistols were very popular. And you think, with all these cartridge guns coming out, why would people out here want to buy a percussion cap firearm? You've got to think about that a little bit. Where was the nearest store? Denver or Cheyenne, and very few of those. So these guys use these percussion cap firearms because they could, if they shot an elk, you could get your bullet back and remold it and use it again. All you had to carry was percussion caps. Whether you know how very tiny they are, you can carry 1,000 in a box and powder, and you can get your bullets back many times. So this one ended up here in a private collection, and it'd be interesting to know who the guy was and any more about him and whatever happened to him. But at least that firearm got here. It's part of the history of this area. And we'll see another picture here. Okay, this one has no particular significance except that it's interesting. This is a 22 caliber suitcase gun, was popular with moonshiner. And my father got a really nice 25 caliber automatic when he was a night man at a service station on the outside of Sheridan, and his car came through from Canada, and the guy didn't have the money to pay for his gas. And the way the car sat in the back, he knew he was hauling moonshine. So the guy gave him the pistol and took his gas and went on. So my dad ended up with his pistol. The guy could have just as easily held him up with it, but on the other hand, it wouldn't be too good of an idea. So anyway, there's that was a 22 caliber, and it loaded through the end of the stock, and you could just take and flip a little button and twist the thing about a half turn, take 2 halves apart, put it in your suitcase, and there you go. All right. Listen, 32 caliber nickel plate, Barrington Richardson. It is in a display box, and that's where it's going to stay. It's mounted in there so that nobody can shoot it. This is because my grandfather owned a saloon. In fact, he owned 2 saloons, one in Sheridan, out at the old place at Desireville, and he owned one in around Montana. And he carried that in his saloon apron. And when people were getting rowdy and looked like they were, you know, going to raise a little cane, he'd pull that out and he'd spin the cylinder so they could see that all the little holes had little round bumps in them. And then he put it back in there. Now the thing was, he must have done that an awful lot, or somebody else did. But spinning the cylinder is not what you want to do with a revolver, because you wear out the little stop that's supposed to stop the cylinder and line up the chamber with the barrel. This one doesn't do that anymore. It kind of unlines itself just a little bit unless you're really careful. So we thought, we'll put that in that case. And there's by the way, a vintage box, ammunition box, and the bullets that the thing fired. But we could tell a lot of interesting stories, but that's my grandfather's saloon pistol. And this pistol here is a 3840 Colt. It was owned by the Houston family. Houston was the little town that was started in anticipation of the arrival of the railroad as it moved from Gillette up to the north. And the old man built a nice stone house and started a town. But the railroad didn't come by. It turned and went up toward home, and they picked the town of Houston up and moved it over to Claremont. So the Houston family lost out on actually having a town, but there's still a stone house there because it couldn't move that. And Ed Houston, the great-grandson, traded my dad. My dad had 2 rifles. We had a .535 Winchester and a 3840 Marlin liver action rifle. Ed had 2 pistols. He had a 25-35 Colt and a 3840 Colt. And one day I was talking to Ed, and he mentioned the fact that he heard that they made rifles that shot the same caliber as pistol. I said, my dad is looking for that. So they just traded. And my dad ended up with a rifle and a pistol that shot the same caliber, and Ed ended up the same way. So we ended up with Ed Houston's gun that actually began history at the town of Houston, Wyoming.
Thank you, Mike.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for spending the day with us and for every community member sharing their history of firearms and all the other presenters. I know that a couple of people have dropped out, but that's okay. We appreciate those with longevity. Thank you again.